For those present today who feel more comfortable making their comments in Spanish, please let us know. We have someone available who will translate your comment into English. For those who require translation of the whole meeting, please make arrangements in advance with the clerk of the board, either by visiting their office in person or by calling 454-2323. We want to hear from our non-English speaking community, so please do request translation assistance if you feel language is a barrier to your participation. Para los que están presentes hoy, si se sienten más cómodos haciendo sus comentarios en español, por favor infórmenos. Tenemos a alguien disponible que traducirá su comentario al inglés. Si necesita servicios para toda la Junta, por favor hagan los arreglos con la secretaria de la Junta, visitando a la oficina en persona en el 5 piso, cuarto 520, o llamando a nuestra oficina al 454-2323. Queremos escuchar a nuestra comunidad que no habla inglés. Así, por favor, contáctanos para ayuda.
Good morning. I will call to order the May 19th, 2026 meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Certainly, Chair. Supervisor Cummings?
Here.
Hernandez?
Here.
Koenig?
Here.
DeSerpa?
Present.
And Martinez?
Present. Next, we'll move on to our moment of silence. Would any of my colleagues like to recognize someone for today's moment of silence? Seeing none, we will take a pause for a general moment of silence. Please join me. Thank you. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll now move on to considerations of late additions or deletions to the agenda. CEO Coburn, are there any changes?
No, we do not have any revisions.
Thank you. We will now move on to removal of items from the consent agenda to the regular agenda. Would any of my colleagues like to remove any items from the consent agenda? Seeing none, we will now move on to public comment. I'd like to invite the public to make public comment on any items on the consent or closed agenda or any subject matter that's within the jurisdiction of the board. If you wish to speak on an item that's on the regular agenda, I'm going to ask that you please wait and speak on that item when that item is heard. If you intend to speak, I welcome you to stand up and form a line in front of us so we can get a sense of how many people are here to speak today. Looks like we have at least a dozen of you. Welcome. And Madam Clerk, how many people are on the phone raising their hand?
People are still putting their hands up, but we currently have 2 speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. I will now set the public comment period for 2 minutes each. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Samantha Moeller, and I'm a paramedic with AMR, and I also sit on the Emergency Medical Care Commission of Santa Cruz County. On behalf of the EMCC and as the Field Rep Commissioner, I want to thank the board for their recognition and proclamation for the 2026 EMS Week. This year's theme for EMS Week is Improving Outcomes Together. Our EMS system is the front line of emergency medical care, the critical bridge between crisis and survival. It is a coordinated network of dispatchers, EMTs, paramedics, allied agencies, and medical oversight working seamlessly to bring life-saving care directly to people when and where they need it most. From the moment a call is made, EMS sets into motion a chain of rapid response, skilled assessment, and immediate intervention. But the true heart of EMS lies in its providers. These are the individuals who run towards chaos when others step back, people who make split-second decisions under pressure, often in unpredictable and high-stress environments. They don't just treat injuries or illness, they bring calm to panic, hope to fear, and dignity to people on their worst days. Their importance cannot be overstated. EMS providers are often the first point of medical contact in emergency situations, and their actions can mean the difference between life and death and recovery versus long-term disability. They not only carry their knowledge, but resilience, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to serve the community. In every sense, they are a vital lifeline woven into the fabric of public health and safety. The Emergency Medical Care Commission wants to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of these providers. Recognizing their importance in often overlooked work is vital to the sustainability of the EMS system and retaining responders who understand their value. With the support of this board, the commission will be honoring first responders for their work and dedication in our meetings moving forward. We will acknowledge individuals and their heroic work throughout the year, not just during EMS week, through a peer-driven recognition program. Thank you again to the board for their support of the Emergency Medical Care Commission, our EMS system, and our first responders year-round.
Good morning. I'm Ken Reichman. I'm with Indivisible Santa Cruz County, and I'm on the immigration team, focusing on immigration issues. I first want to thank the board. We've met with a couple of you, and you've helped us know how to work best with the board, and you've listened to our issues, and I'm happy to say we're basically on the same page. The big item for us is enforcement. We can have all kinds of state laws and ordinances, but if they're not enforceable, and I'm talking about regarding ICE, they're pretty moot. The big gorilla right now is the work commencing on an ICE facility in Gilroy, and the proposal to convert the Dublin former women's prison to an ICE compound. This is ominous. With those compounds, they will want to fill them, and it's already dramatic impact on our community, and they're right across the border. Is going to be devastated. We're going to be devastated. Our community are immigrants. And so we thank the board for talking with Santa Clara County, which has the jurisdiction over that. And I want to assure you that the activists in the region, Indivisible, Santa Cruz, South County, and Santa Clara are going to be out there demonstrating and doing other work. We cannot let these ICE facilities stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as a note to the public, if you are here to speak specifically on item number 8, which you didn't mention the shield item, but if you are here to speak on the shield item, we will be hearing that momentarily. So please hold your comments for that time. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, I'm Rob Darrow. I'm Chair of Santa Cruz Pride. I'm pleased to announce to all of you that Assemblywoman Gail Pellerin, the county's former county clerk and advocate for marriage equality, has been named one of our 2026 Grand Marshals, along with Dinah Phillips and Gail Groves. In 2008, Gail Pellerin, with many clergy and public officials and ordained ministers around the county, came together to marry over 70 same-sex couples. June 17, 2008, an important day. That all happened in this building and around these grounds. The first couple to be married on that day were Dinah Phillips and Gail Groves. At the time, Dinah worked in the county administrator's office as well. I want to invite all of you to celebrate our 2026 Grand Marshals and Pride Month on 3 different dates. First, on Monday, June 1st at 8 o'clock, we will again light up the county building in rainbow lights here on the steps of the county building. On Friday, June 5th at 7 o'clock, we will officially introduce our Grand Marshals at the Town Clock Dance Party, which is also First Friday in downtown Santa Cruz. And then hopefully you can come and enjoy the parade and festival on June 7th. You're also invited to Queerlantis, a micro festival of music and drag, which will take place on June 6th at Vets Hall and feature drag performer Irene the Alien, among other people, our local performers. Finally, I want to just thank all of you for your continued support of the LGBTQ plus culture across the county with your resolutions and how you continue to show up at various events. I've brought each of you our current 2026 Pride buttons and left them with the clerk of the board there for you to enjoy and to wear proudly with our theme, Unite with Pride. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mark Hillen, and I'm a Mid-County resident. To begin, I want to thank the members of the board for taking the time to honor our emergency medical service providers, to help recognize our firefighter awardees, and to help celebrate EMS Week. As some of you know, I recently retired after 35 years as one of the county's emergency physicians. I still sit on the Emergency Medical Care Commission. During those years and during those decades, I had the privilege of working with, supporting, and helping to guide our local emergency medical service system. Moreover, my family has personally benefited from the care and commitment of these professionals. Those experiences have given me a particular appreciation for the many parts of our EMS system and the complex choreography required to make it work effectively. As a community and as a major tourist destination, I stand before you to report that although we do have challenges, Santa Cruz County is fortunate to have an EMS system made up of highly skilled, dedicated, collaborative, forward-thinking, and compassionate providers, administrators, support staff, and let's not forget their families. We have to give them up for those nights and those weekends and the holidays. Every day of the week is the exact same thing. When you're working as an emergency service provider, Mondays and holidays and Saturdays, and they're all the same, middle of the night and middle of the day. Therefore, I wish to express my personal thanks and deep appreciation to everyone who serves in our EMS system, and I hope that you will join me in thanking them also. Thank you for the time.
Good morning. I'm Keith Emmons, a resident in Boulder Creek. My comment will be very brief. I don't have to bring forward the obvious that we live in tumultuous times, and I'm standing up to support your backing of the No Secret Police Act, which is a resolution I hope this board makes later today. During times like this, we need brave people to stand forward and to take a risk. We're being put at risk by the powers we're trying to control. So I want to thank you for your bravery, you as individuals in the Board of Supervisors. That's all. And I hope I speak for the rest of us, that we appreciate the work that these people are doing, at times putting themselves at risk. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors, staff. My name is Megan Range. I just came to introduce myself. I'm the new Government Relations Director for Santa Cruz County. If I have not met you personally, chances are I've talked to your staff. I just wanted to put a face to a name for when I follow up with you for individual meetings. I look forward to connecting and serving Santa Cruz County. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm speaking on item 29, the sanitation pilot project. My name's Ryan Smith. I was the technical lead on this project. I wanted to give a little context for this. In 2020, I wrapped up my master's thesis at the Naval Postgraduate School for container-based sanitation. A few years later, I was managing the wastewater treatment plant in March 2023 when we experienced the severe storm and flooding events. I was listening in on some late-night emergency operations center meetings where some hydraulic modelers were predicting the overtopping of the levee at the wastewater treatment plant along the Pajaro River. People were thinking that the treatment plant would be fine. We got pumps and motors and things to move water around, and I had to explain, no, the electrical infrastructure is 50 years old and in the floodplain, and so if the treatment plant were to be flooded out, the plant would be gone for months probably. And what would you do in that scenario? It would be super unique, where the town, the city of Watsonville, wouldn't need to be evacuated, but the treatment plant wouldn't exist any longer for a while. So this pilot project, I wanted to highlight the successes where we proved that we could safely contain, collect, transport, and treat dry toilet material in an unmanaged static pile for 9 months, where it cold composted. The finished product tested clean, meeting EPA and CalRecycle guidelines for safe compost. And to me, that is a huge, huge win. And as far as I know, we're the first to do it in California. So thank you for your support on that, and I'm looking forward to next steps. Thanks.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Board. Morning, administrators. I'm Jeffrey Arlt, the Secretary from the Santa Cruz County Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and I'm here this morning to thank you all for the work you're doing on the strategic plan and recognizing the need for and raising the priority to meet the behavioral health needs in our county. That's coming from our Behavioral Health Board. I'd also like to ask that you take a look at the Watsonville Community Hospital as part of this strategy, where we make that a whole health facility by including behavioral health crisis response and receiving center, and also an empath wing to expand our needs. Again, thank you for all the work, and we look forward to continue working with you on meeting these needs. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Susie Merriam. I am here to speak on behalf of New Horizons Affordable Housing and Development, and I'm speaking to item 43. I just want to thank the county for your support of affordable housing and allocating funds from the county housing funds. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Natalie Magana. I'm a project manager with Mid-Penn Housing. We're a local affordable housing developer. I'm also here to speak on item 43 and express my gratitude to the county for distributing funds to affordable housing. We live in one of the most expensive counties in the world with some of the highest construction costs, and these investments in high quality, safe, affordable housing mean so much, and I just want to express my personal and professional gratitude to you all for continuing to support affordable housing in our county. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Martinez and Board of Supervisors. Matt Machado, your Community Development Infrastructure Director. I just want to thank you this morning for the proclamation for declaring the week of May 17th through May 23rd Public Works Week in Santa Cruz County. This is a national event. This acknowledges all the hard work of our staff, men and women in our industry that provide service every day in and out for water service, sewer service, garbage collection and disposal, and transportation services. So I want to thank them for all the hard work. I want to thank you for your acknowledgement and this proclamation. Thank you so much.
Seeing no one else in the room, Madam Clerk, will you please call the first online caller?
Yes. Manny, your microphone's now available.
All right. And this is for items that are not on the agenda as well, right?
Correct.
All right. So, hello, my name is Manny. I'm actually here to talk about, so some people already talked about the opening of the potential opening of the detention center in Gilroy. So the current General Service Administration documents that I have obtained say facility type office detention. So there might be people that are unaware of what it is going to be used for, but in their own documents, it says that it's going to be for detention. Now, Santa Cruz County does not have jurisdiction over this property as it is in Santa Clara County unincorporated territory. However, the community would like to see this government body put out at least a resolution expressing their distaste of the opening of this facility, because it will be a regional issue, as it will affect not only Santa Clara, but also the neighboring counties. And it is only a 30-minute drive away from Watsonville. So it will heavily impact the South County community. Thank you for listening, and I hope that y'all take this recommendation.
Amber, your microphone is now available.
Thank you, Chair Martinez. Would you like my comment now for the shield item on the agenda, number 8, I believe, or after?
Thank you. If you can wait, it would be most appropriate to save that item for when we hear number 8.
Okay, I will save it for then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Call-in user 365, your microphone is now available.
Marilyn Garrett, I would like to urge the Board of Supervisors to support articles of impeachment against tyrant Trump his multiple dictatorial global and national war policies, and we could include these detention center and ICE murders, constitute a robbery of democracy and the finances of counties like ours everywhere to provide for our well-being. And I'd like to give a shout out to Food Not Bombs that has been providing meals for unhoused and hungry people. And I want to read just a little bit from Keith McHenry, the co-founder of Food Not Bombs, from his Substack. And this is one called Operation, he changed the title, Epic Fury, a different F word. The Santa Cruz crew, where I volunteer, has spent years preparing for the war against Iran and the resulting economic crash. We shared the only daily meal for unhoused people in Santa Cruz during the 3 years of the COVID lockdown. We were blessed that the senior meal and St. Francis Soup Kitchen reopened, and we returned to our weekend schedule. If the increase in need grows dire, we plan to return to our daily service. Let's support groups that are really helping the community and call for the impeachment of dictator Trump. Thank you.
Call-in user 454, your microphone is now available. Call-in user 454, your microphone is now available.
Hey, good morning. My name is James Ewing Whitman. Of course, I would have liked to have been there in present, but, I'm not. Just wanted to kind of read this into the record. I really like it. It came up on my Facebook memories. I want you to remember that each one of you, every single one of you independently, is a beacon of light to those around you. So set the example. Stand up, speak out, especially for your children. Let your children see what it is to be free. Let your children witness your heroism and that you are willing to stand up and do what's right regardless of what's going on around you. That's the late Dr. Rashad Ikar. Anyway, there's a lot of interesting things going on and people need to talk to each other. I would probably speak quite differently if I were addressing you face to face. I will say that I found it quite odd that in the city of Santa Cruz, their video from last Tuesday's meeting didn't come up till 10 o'clock yesterday. My words were accurate, and I could have said the same thing to you, but their faces went white and their heads looked down. It's amazing how two of the council members tried to support that they are actually for the people. I would like to see all the elected officials being for the people. Thank you very much.
Chair, I see no further speakers online.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will now return to the board for comments on the consent agenda. I will start on my left with Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. On item 29, the container-based sanitation pilot program, I want to thank everyone who participated in this pilot program, including the community members who were willing to try something unconventional, as well as Design for Earth, particularly Ryan and Elisa, county staff, environmental health, and our regional partners who helped make this possible. I think the pilot provided very valuable information about the real affordability and infrastructure challenges facing many rural residents in our county. I especially appreciate the thoughtful work done here around disaster preparedness and resilience following the lessons we learned from the CZU fire and Pajaro flood events, and I too am looking forward to next steps. Item 35, the second quarterly report on Health Service Agency, Health Centers Division. I just had a couple questions for staff. I saw that we're still subsidizing, maybe our health director could come up. So we're still paying $509,000 in one-time general fund to support radiology. It sounds like there's a couple of strategies outlined to potentially address this. I'm just curious how much volume we could potentially expect from federally qualified health centers to potentially offset this investment, and then also had a question about the state process.
Good morning, Connie Mora Peraza, HSA Director, and I have my Division Director.
Hi, I'm Amy Peeler, Chief of Health Center Services.
Go ahead, comment.
So with our federally qualified health centers, as you know, we get a PPS rate, and I'm not going to remember what that stands for in this moment. But we're working very hard to increase that rate, and it looks very, very promising that we will. So between that and our fairly dramatic increase in productivity, we're feeling very good about sustainability.
So maybe it's a per patient subsidy or something like that?
Yes, for every visit that we provide.
Right. So you're saying we wouldn't actually need to get more patients through the door because the actual rate itself would go up? And would that potentially offset the entire $509,000 or a portion of it? Or?
And so much more. So
Okay.
our rate is the same rate for any of our providers. And that rate has not been reassessed for decades. And so the rate is just a function of our cost and the number of visits that we provide. And right now, our cost is far beyond the number of visits we provide, even though our productivity is above what the standard is. So we apply to the state to do a rate study along with our consultants, and that will take about 18 months. And we anticipate a fairly dramatic increase in our rate, which will result in millions more.
Gotcha. So it's actually sort of the same effort, the FQHC and state efforts are our combined effort to get higher reimbursement rates from the FQHC patients. Gotcha.
And the good thing also, I want to really commend Amy and her team, is that the state would also go retro. That's a very important note, that even though it takes about 18 months, they will go retro to the first part of the year.
Wow, that's
so
amazing.
That will help us.
Yeah, and I mean, do we have some level of confidence in whether the state will approve the increased rate? Is it, we're 50% confident, 80, 99% confident?
I'm going to say 95. We did a lot of work, a lot of detail budgeting work with our consultants who work with other counties in this realm. And so we would not move forward if there was any concern that our rate would get reduced.
Okay, great. That's wonderful. Thank you. Just a couple other comments. Item 43, the pre-development fund commitment on affordable housing projects. I want to thank staff for getting this money out the door, and thank to all our affordable housing developers who will bring hundreds of new affordable housing units online with the help of this money. And in particular, it's nice to see New Horizons affordable housing getting into the game. New Horizons is, of course, a housing authority affiliate in partnership with MidPenn, and we're glad to have them building their first project in Live Oak. Finally, on item 48, the approval of agreement related to construction of Soquel Drive and 41st Avenue right turn lane. Many of you know that the intersection of 41st and Soquel has long been a pain point for traffic in our community. I think it's one of the infrastructure improvements I get requests from constituents for all the time. People who told me, hey, I told you to build that right-hand turn lane 5 years ago. Where is it, Supervisor Koenig? And it's great that we now have some clarity that it is coming soon. Of course, this great project also includes updated traffic signal equipment, new concrete corner island, curb and gutter, sidewalk improvements, new storm drainage and striping. And this frontage improvement is to address the traffic impacts of a new development at this corner, a 6-story, 100% affordable project. They'll bring 253 affordable units. And I'm glad that we found a structure that gets this built without tapping into the general fund. And thanks to Public Works for their assist on this. That's all my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. And thank you to Chair Martinez for bringing forward the proclamation for our emergency medical services team here in this county. As one of the speakers said earlier, it is not just the first responders, but it's the whole continuum of the team that starts with the dispatcher all the way from EMTs, paramedics, and then our staff certainly at the hospitals as well who receive those patients. My daughter is a paramedic. I saw firsthand the training that she received, and I didn't understand really how important paramedics and EMTs are out in the field. They save lives. I mean, everybody knows that, but I mean, it's truly amazing. And when they hand the patient over in the ER, it's crazy because then there's multiple doctors and highly trained nurses all around, like an entire team. But when you have a team of 2 in the field that is doing that work, it's unbelievable, actually, the work that they do. So and thank you also to fire, who have many paramedics on their units now, and to our highly trained police force and deputies, who also are first responders. Thank you to everyone. And thank you to my Commissioner, Jerry Souza, who I was here earlier. I don't know if he's still there. He had to go. A nurse, a paramedic, and serving as my representative on the Emergency Services Commission. Thank you to Dr. Mark Yellen, who has long been an advocate for emergency services and for the safety and care of our constituents and people in our community. So thank you very much for your service to everybody out there. I do have a question about item 38, so I don't know is Randy here? Anybody from Social Services here? So I'll start talking as you're walking up. So I see that, I think this is a grant, and $800,000 going for youth workforce innovation. Is that right? To the County Office of Education.
Yeah, so why Andy's here. Andy's the director of our
Hi,
Workforce
Andy.
Development Board. I'm the Human Services Director, so it comes from me, but I'm here with Andy because he and the Workforce Board have been doing this, so he can speak to the details.
I wasn't clear what that $800,000 will be used for, and since half the children in this county, half the children and youth live in Mid-County and South County, I'd like to know exactly how that money will be used for all children and youth in the county, not.
Sure. Yeah, so the grant specifically to the Santa Cruz County Office of Education is used with the Federal Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act money. And basically that serves 16 to 24-year-olds in the county. We have a location at Sequoia School. It's known as the Sueños program here in the county. And basically it provides career preparation and job training for youth that are, and it's got a particular focus on youth that are out of school, who have been disconnected from school and who are looking for employment.
I'm sorry, didn't quite hear you. That's at Sequoia? Is that what you said?
Yep, Sequoia School.
So all
Yeah.
800,000 is going to a program that'll serve the Sequoia students?
No.
No.
It's co-located at Sequoia School, but it serves 16 to 24-year-olds with barriers to employment in the county. So we serve
Countywide?
countywide.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that's it. Thanks, Randy.
Thank you.
I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez.
Yeah, really quick, I just want to acknowledge Brenda Gutierrez-Baeza, that's one of our newest commissioners for In-Home Support Services Advisory Commission. It's always an important role, these commissions that we have, and I encourage everyone to take a look at our county website to see what commissions are there. If you have any suggestions for folks, that for these commissions, suggest it to them, and also check out your city, see what commissions they have. It's an important first step in, civic duty, so thank you.
Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, I just want to thank our HSA director, Connie Moreno, for all the hard work that you and your team are doing to help increase our reimbursement rates with the state. I think it's long overdue, and the fact that we are in a position where it's highly likely that those rates can be reimbursed, that those rates will be increased, is really going to help us to be able to save a lot of money during a really challenging time and continue to provide the services that are necessary for our county residents. So I just want to thank you all and look forward to hearing updates. And then just want to thank staff for all their support on the funds, getting out the funds for the affordable housing, which is desperately needed in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I have a few comments, and I also will have a question on item 43 for CDI. I'll save that for the end. To begin with, I want to extend my gratitude to all of our emergency service personnel. Congratulations and happy EMS Awareness Week. Thank you for all you do every day, all year round. We're very appreciative. And also my gratitude for Public Works Week. We know how hard our Public Works team is working. They're in the trenches. They're also out nearly 24 hours a day. And so really appreciate all of that. So thank you very much. On the consent agenda, item number 29, I would like to thank Supervisor Koenig and the county team who worked on the pilot project related to the container-based sanitation systems, also known as composting toilets. We learned a lot. It was a very interesting report. And while it seems like there are still a number of barriers to formalize a program, I think it serves as a very good starting point and foundation should the board decide to take up this item again, either through a natural disaster or through changes in state law. So really appreciate the foundation of work that's already been done. On item number 35, I also want to extend my gratitude to the HSA team on thinking creatively about how to improve revenues and productivity in our clinics. This has been a long-standing challenge and it's not easy. And so thank you for going through the process to negotiate a rate change. And thank you for doing that in partnership with our workforce and our labor union. I know that this came from requests from our partners at SEIU 521, and they want to have a seat at the table to help identify solutions like this. So I really appreciate your collaboration and look forward to hearing an update during the budget hearings. On item number 41, related to the Better Careers Public Service Practice Change Program through the James Irvine Foundation, just extending my gratitude to the Workforce Development Board for all of the good work in helping to improve our workforce pipeline. What I found particularly interesting about this grant was that it might help us identify ways to meet the compliance requirements for CalFresh and Medi-Cal work requirements, which is a change related to HR 1 and may have a really negative impact on our residents' ability to access Medi-Cal services. And so I really appreciate that partnership and all that you do at the Workforce Development Board. And on item number 48, approving the 2026 Village Market Event road closure. Thanks again to the Public Works team for working with the Ben Lomond Village Alliance to put together a village market at the new location. This is an opportunity to bring together the Ben Lomond community for monthly farmers markets. It's going to be a great family summer event. And the Ben Lomond Village Association has been doing really great work organizing the Ben Lomond community. So thank you to them for bringing this forward and making the request to the county, and I'm really glad that the county can support this request. I'm looking forward to attending. So finally, just my quick question on item number 43. This is related to the affordable housing, and well, I want to start with just gratitude to our affordable housing partners. Every unit is important and every dollar spent on pre-development is critical. My question is just related to one of the grants. It looked like 500,000 of the 1.5 million was going to a rehab project, which is important. I understand the importance of that, but kind of understanding how we're thinking about these dollars and whether or not they go to rehabilitation of existing units or pre-development of new units, which will help us meet our RENA goals. Like, how do you say that?
We don't want to leave anybody behind. Stephanie Hansen, Assistant Director, CDI. In affordable housing funds, we have many priorities, and one of them is to help with the preservation of existing units. It's just as important as building new units. We don't want anybody living in substandard housing, especially in units that are preserved in our Measure J program or have been funded by the county in the past. So we try to do a mix. In this case, these are the applications that were received. All of them are worthy, and all of them are providing the required match. So we try to kind of balance, it's not a matter of prioritizing one or the other, it's all important.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that answer, and I look forward to seeing these projects move forward. So thank you to our affordable housing partners at Mid-Penn and New Horizons. Thank you. believe that concludes my comments on the consent agenda. So I will turn it over to Supervisor Koenig for a motion on the consent agenda.
Move approval of consent.
A second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig, a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone, for being here for that item. We will now move on to item number 7, which is the presentation of awards to the Santa Cruz County Fire Department Firefighters of the Year. So here to present, we have San Mateo Santa Cruz County Fire Division Chief Filson. Welcome. And before he begins, just a note, Chief Filson will announce the firefighters of the year, and we'll give some proclamations. There'll be an opportunity for photos, so all of us will be asked to come up and join for some photos. And after that, we will invite either the public or the board to make comments on this item. So with that, welcome. Turn it over to you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, and members of the public. My name is Sam Filson. I'm the Assistant Chief for your Santa Cruz County Fire Department. Today, it's my honor to recognize Doug Almack of Company 29 South Skyline Volunteers as Santa Cruz County Fire's 2025 top responder. In 2025, Doug responded to 207 calls for service, a remarkable level of commitment that reflects not only his work ethic, but his deep dedication to the people of this county. Each of those calls represents a moment when someone needed help, and Doug showed up ready to serve with professionalism, skill, and compassion. On behalf of Santa Cruz County Fire, it is my privilege to present Doug Almack with the 2025 Top Responder Award. Doug, thank you for your extraordinary service, your steady presence, and your commitment to excellence. You make this county safer, and we're proud to recognize your outstanding work. Thank you. Next, I'm proud to recognize Fire Apparatus Engineer Joseph Borg as the 2025 Santa Cruz County Fire Department Career Firefighter of the Year. Joseph began his fire service career in 2017 after completing the Monterey Peninsula College Fire Academy and joined CAL FIRE in 2018. He has since served with both the Tuolumne Calaveras Unit and the San Mateo Santa Cruz Unit, where he currently serves as a fire apparatus engineer at the Corralitos Fire Station. Throughout his career, Joseph has pursued excellence through continuous training and professional development, including completion of the Firefighter and Company Officer Academies, instructor certifications, and advanced EMS instruction. He also serves as a CPR and EMS instructor and contributes to the department's training cadre, helping develop the next generation of firefighters. His responsibilities extend beyond the fire ground and include station operations, apparatus and station maintenance, training support, and coordination of critical testing across the county. He consistently demonstrates strong leadership, technical skills, and commitment to high operational standards. During a significant multi-agency rescue involving a vehicle over a bridge into a river, Joseph played an important role in patient care and extrication, reflecting his ability to perform under pressure and work effectively in complex incidents. Above all, Joseph is guided by integrity, dedication, and compassion. He takes great pride in his family, including his wife Taylor and sons Jameson and Benjamin, and in the crew he serves alongside with at the Corralitos Fire Station. We thank him for his commitment to continuous improvement, his dedication to his team, and his service to the community. Please join me in congratulating Fire Apparatus Engineer Joseph Borg for being named the 2025 Santa Cruz County Fire Department Career Firefighter of the Year. And last but not least, we're honored to recognize volunteer Captain Andy Siegel as the 2025 Santa Cruz County Fire Department Volunteer Firefighter of the Year. Andy has dedicated 25 years of service to the fire department and the community, beginning as a volunteer during a time when Company 29 faced critical staffing shortages. Since then, he has become a respected leader, mentor, and dependable member of the team. Throughout his career, Andy has contributed greatly to Station 29 operations, training, and apparatus maintenance, and the development of future projects, including his new water tender scheduled for delivery in 2027. During the CZU fire, his leadership and coordination helped protect the Big Creek lumber mill under extremely challenging conditions. Beyond emergency response, Andy has strengthened community support for Company 29, helped improve station infrastructure, promoted team development and retention, and remained committed to serving both the department and the public with professionalism and respect. Andy represents the true meaning of the fire service, being there for others in times of need with dedication, reliability, and integrity. Please join me in congratulating and thanking Andy Siegel for his outstanding service and for being named the 2025 Santa Cruz County Fire Department Volunteer Firefighter of the Year.
We'll now have a moment for pictures, so I'll ask my fellow supervisors to come up and join us. And our awardees can come up. You're welcome to bring family if you'd like. Thank you. I will just bring it back to the board to see if there's any comments on that item. Otherwise, we can move on to the next item.
No, I just want to thank everybody for their many years of service. I really appreciate you all dedicating your lives to helping protect people in our community. So just want to thank you all for your service and for being here today.
Same, I want to thank you guys for all the work you guys do and congratulate you on today's award winners. Thank you.
We are so fortunate to have such a trained, professional, amazing firefighter situation here. We have so many different landscapes, from rural, suburban, up in the mountains, water rescue. I mean, we have so many different types of needs in our county. I represent the area in Corlitos. I've been out to the fire station there. I so appreciate all the work that is done countywide, but of course in particular in the Corlitos station. So thank you, Joseph, for everything that you're doing to help our citizens.
Thank you. And I'll just add thank you and congratulations. And to the little ones in the room, you should be very proud of your daddy. He's doing a great job. So, okay, well, thank you very much. We will now move on to the next item, which is item number 8. Item number 8 is to consider the second report and the recommendations of the ad hoc board subcommittee to safeguard health, inclusion, essential services, and local defense, also known as SHIELD, and take related actions. As a note of process, this item has a number of elements. I will begin the report as a member of the SHIELD subcommittee. We will also have an opportunity to hear from CEO Coburn, our Office of the Inspector General, and finally Supervisor Hernandez, the other member of the subcommittee. To get through all of this, I'm going to ask that my colleagues save their questions until the end of the presentation, and then we'll have an opportunity for the board to ask questions, go to public comment, and then bring it back to the board to provide direction. So to begin with, Thank you. Maybe put them up there. That's perfect. Thank you. To begin with, I want to start by saying that it continues to be such an honor to work on behalf of the County of Santa Cruz, to do this work on the SHIELD subcommittee. As a supervisor, this is some of the most meaningful and important work that I've had the privilege to be a part of, and it truly continues to be meaningful work. So thank you to my colleagues for allowing me to be a part of this. As a quick setting of the context, in response to increased federal immigration enforcement and federal budget cuts to services that disproportionately impact our migrant community, the board authorized the formation of an ad hoc board subcommittee to work on making sure the county is prepared. We called the ad hoc committee the SHIELD Committee, which again stands for Safeguarding Health, Inclusion, Essential Services, and Local Defense. And this is our second report back to the board. Since our last report, we have continued to strengthen communication with our community-based organizations, legal service providers, education representatives, health providers, and local jurisdictional partners to assess the impacts of federal policy on all of Santa Cruz County residents, including impacts that disproportionately affect the immigrant communities. One way that we are doing this is by holding quarterly roundtable meetings, and the most recent one took place on May 1st. In response to previous requests from the public, at the May meeting, we were able to bring our Sheriff's Office Deputy Chief of Operations to help clarify and address questions as to how county law enforcement can be expected to help keep the peace in the context of immigration enforcement activity. It was reiterated that, in compliance with the law, the Sheriff's Office will not assist federal agents with immigration enforcement. And while the Sheriff's Office cannot obstruct federal agents from carrying out their work, members of the public are welcome to call 911 if they believe that immigration enforcement agents are violating someone's rights or acting outside of their duties. Local law enforcement will work to de-escalate and to keep the peace. At this meeting, we also had the opportunity to hear concerns from our community partners about the impacts that they're experiencing as they work to serve our residents. We will continue to hold quarterly meetings and continue to monitor utilization of services and to really work to prevent folks from withdrawing from services that they're entitled to based on fear. On that note, I would like to recognize and acknowledge that we have heard concerns about the potential construction of a detention center in Santa Cruz, Clara County near Gilroy. If this were to happen, this would certainly impact our community. And so right now, nothing has been built and no plans have been approved. And so we are working to stay in close communication with our regional partners and other neighboring counties to continue to learn about what's happening there and to take action if that seems to be appropriate. Next slide, please. So, as I said, we are working closely with our regional partners. Late last month, I was able to attend an immigration roundtable hosted by California Assembly Speaker Robert Rivas, which included elected officials and community leaders from Assembly District 29, representing Santa Cruz, Monterey, Santa Clara, and San Benito counties. The roundtable featured a presentation by the Deportation Data Project on current immigration enforcement data as obtained through public records litigation. We also used the time to review major immigration-related laws at the state level, and Speaker Rivas provided an overview of proposed 2026 immigration legislation and discussed the anticipated state budget landscape and its potential implications for local governments and community services. So on behalf of the subcommittee, we will continue to participate in a dialogue like this in order to prepare our county. Next slide, please. Our subcommittee is also continuing to participate in regional work organized as the Belonging in the Bay project, with designated county staff joining us at regional meetings and interim online working groups to ensure Santa Cruz's sustained coordination with neighboring counties. As a result of this work, If large-scale immigration enforcement action happens in any of the Bay Area counties, all of the neighboring counties will now be informed. The last in-person convening took place in Solano County in late March, and I had the opportunity to attend this on behalf of the county. At that meeting, we had the benefit of hearing from the County Administrative Office and Health Services Agency from Hennepin County, Minnesota. I felt like it was important to take a few moments to share what we learned in that presentation because it left a real impact on me personally to hear how another county is struggling to respond to the horror that is happening in their county. The ongoing large-scale immigration enforcement actions in the Minneapolis area have significantly impacted the economy, needs, and methods by which services can be effectively delivered there. Currently, thousands of residents are afraid to leave their homes, preventing them from working or shopping at local businesses. Businesses are suffering. Residents are unable to pay for basic needs such as food, medicine, and housing. And many are suffering from the mental health effects of heightened anxiety and trauma as they are seeing loved ones and community members disappear or be harmed. And unlike what we saw during the pandemic, there's no federal support helping this disaster. In fact, this is coming at a time when federal government actions are aggressively cutting assistance to safety nets. So in addition to a steeply increased need, the situation in Hennepin County and Minneapolis has resulted in widespread service disruptions. Residents have stopped showing up for doctor's appointments or to receive healthcare services. Children are missing school and youth programs. Employees are missing work due to fears of interacting with federal agents or a need to attend to impacted friends and family. So Hennepin County has had to really change the way that they're delivering services in order to meet the needs of their county residents. They have shifted to rely more on remote healthcare and education. They are doing more home visits. They are doing home delivery for things like food, medicine, and diapers. And they are also offering their residents some flexibility as to tax payments or other fees. The message that I really took to heart is that what Minneapolis is experiencing is a disaster. It's as harmful and traumatic as any natural disaster. And they have had to be nimble and shift the way that they're delivering their essential services to meet the mandates of their county. And if we as Santa Cruz County or the counties in the Bay Area do become a target of a large-scale immigration enforcement, it would be a disaster here too. So that is how I am recommending our board really think of this and prepare in our next steps, just like we would for any other natural disaster. We want to be ready in the event that our residents are too afraid to seek the essential services that we provide as a county. You can move on to the next slide, please. As it relates to preparation, there has been a tremendous amount of good work happening here in the county, and I'm incredibly grateful to the SHIELD team, the CEO's office, for helping us to quickly implement some of the work that the board has directed. At our March 10th meeting, the board unanimously adopted an ordinance to add County Code Chapter 10.07, which prohibits the use of county-owned or county-controlled parking lots, open spaces, and buildings as staging areas, processing locations, or operations bases for federal civil immigration enforcement activities to the extent permissible by law. It does not prevent compliance with a lawfully issued judicial warrant or other judicial order. At that time, we directed the county CEO office to report back after identifying sites most appropriate for signage. So I would like to invite CEO Coburn to give us an update on where the signs are located and any other details that you'd like to add.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Martinez. So I have been working on the SHIELD committee along with Amanda Gullings in my office, who is an emergency services analyst. And together we worked with our Parks Department and General Services Department to identify properties that would be appropriate for signage. This includes county parks and county buildings and county fire stations where we would install signs. So we identified about 20 properties that would be appropriate. The Parks Department worked on producing the signs, and they have completed installation at all of the county parks that we identified. There were 13 of them. They are all up. They're either in parking lots or at park entrances or on buildings at the various locations. The total cost of the production and installation was only about $4,000, and the county executive office's budget picked up that cost.
Thank you for that update. And I was really delighted to hear yesterday that those signs are now posted. And so thank you to the team who helped to make that happen. We can now move on to the next slide. On March 10th, we reported that 6 county departments most likely to be impacted by federal immigration activity had already developed policies and procedures on how to interact with immigration enforcement officers, but that the rest of the county did not have those in place. We also reported that the county executive office was working with the safety officer in the human resources department to finalize clear procedures for the remaining county departments. A proposed policy has now been finalized for the board's review. So I'm again going to ask CEO Coburn to tell us more about what's in this policy and what next steps would be after adoption.
Yeah, thank you again, Chair Martinez. So in developing this policy, we had gathered policies from all departments that have existing guidelines and protocols for their staff. We had identified 6 county departments that already had policies and procedures in place, but we noticed that the remaining departments really lacked clear guidance on what they should do if they encounter federal immigration enforcement agents. So to ensure that there is clear procedures across the county, our office worked with the Human Resource Department safety officer to draft something that could be deployed countywide. That resulted in the federal immigration enforcement engagement and oversight policy. County Council was also involved in reviewing what we came up with, and it does provide an exception for departments that might already have something in place so that there isn't discrepancies between what staff might need to follow, particularly in our public safety departments. But it provides some clear guidelines of what should happen if the agents come to a department and are in public spaces. And so in order to train county staff on the policy, we'll be working with our safety officer to come up with a training that we can deploy to all county staff. It'll ideally be something that staff can participate on a number of different days and times that might be in person or virtual so that we can have the greatest reach. And we will look at what the departments that have already trained their staff, what they have done, and try to utilize some of those tools and materials for our countywide staff. So the next step is really to finalize that training and deploy it.
Thank you very much. And that is a part of today's action, of the recommended actions. So you can move on to one more slide. Not one more slide, but the next slide. Okay. All right. As we mentioned in our last report, we have heard concerns from many members of the public about what data the county collects and how the data is shared. A particular area of concern has been about the data collected by automated license plate reader cameras, such as flock cameras, being shared with the federal government. The county does not utilize ALPR cameras within its jurisdictional boundaries, the unincorporated areas of Santa Cruz, so it's not adding any ALPR data that could be shared. But for investigative purposes, the Sheriff's Office does have access to a state database that includes data collected by ALPRs in other districts, including cities within Santa Cruz County. State law governs how the Sheriff's Office may and may not use the data it accesses. Given the level of concern about how law enforcement is using data, whether created by the county or not, the CEO's office has requested that our Inspector General perform an audit of the Sheriff's Office's policies on accessing the statewide data and compliance with those policies. I'm really privileged that we have received the results of the audit, and we have an opportunity to invite Attorney Samara Marion from the Office of the Inspector General to present the findings of that investigation. I'll turn it over to you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Martinez. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Martinez, members of the board, staff, and community members as well. Samara Marion from the Office of Inspector General. I appreciate the opportunity to report to you today, and in response to your CEO's request, we audited the Sheriff's automated license plate reader activity for a period of 30 days, and we found no evidence that the Sheriff's Office had accessed the ALPR data for immigration enforcement purposes. And additionally, we recommended, and the Sheriff's Office adopted, a comprehensive written ALPR policy. So to explain our audit and some conclusions, I'll focus on 3 areas. I wanted to quickly give some background around automated license plate readers. I'll address the Sheriff's usage and the results of our audit, and I'd like to also highlight the policy. So I just want to give a little background, and then I'll move on to some of our slides. Just for members of the public that don't maybe necessarily know about automated license plate recognition systems, there's mobile fixed cameras. They capture the images of cars and license plate as they pass through that view. And these images and the metadata, they're analyzed with computer algorithms, and they can be checked against hot lists and different kinds of databases. In California, many people understand about flock safety as the main provider. Next slide, please. So there's 2 main laws that are relevant, and the first one has to do with, it's called SB 34, it's from 2015. It's a very detailed law in California that provides a lot of protections and safeguards around automated license plate data. And I just want to highlight 3 of those main areas or details are, it limits who can have access to this data. It also it prohibits law enforcement agencies from sharing that data with federal agencies and with out-of-state agencies. So that's part of the law from 2015. And it also requires that law enforcement agencies, both operators, those who have these systems, and those who use the systems, that they adopt and implement a written policy. Next slide, please. So another law that is important, of course, is the Senate Bill 54. This is the California Values Act. It prohibits local law enforcement from using their resources, which would include, of course, accessing, using, or sharing ALPR data to assist in federal immigration enforcement. Next slide, please. So turning to the sheriff's actual usage, as Chair Martinez underscored, the sheriffs, they don't have their own cameras. That means they're not creating their own data images, but they do through the Northern California Regional Intelligence Center. They're accessing this data. Next slide, please. So when we conducted our audit, we did a 30-day audit. It was from February 1st to March 1st of 2026. We found that the Sheriff's Office, they had accessed the data about 800 times in a 1-month period. And this was, again, through NICRIC, the Regional Intelligence Center. What we found were all the searches were for legitimate law enforcement purposes, including investigations of stolen vehicles, property crimes, wanted persons, and domestic violence. Each of these searches, and we're looking at looking at the search data, we could see that 98% of the searches identified investigation reasons that demonstrated a potential violation of state law. And so looking at that data, we concluded that There was compliance with both state law, the ALPR law, as well as SB 54, that we saw no indications that they'd shared the data with federal agencies, no indications out-of-state agencies, nor was it for a federal immigration purpose. What we did identify was there were ways in the future to enhance the data, the documentation of that data, so that we suggested and worked with the sheriff's office to include specific case numbers, warrant numbers, and hot sheet numbers. And the sheriffs readily agreed with our suggestions, and those recommendations have been incorporated in their actual policy. Next slide, please. So in addition to our audit results, we had actually been working with the sheriff at the beginning of the year, recommending that the sheriff adopt a policy, a written ALPR policy that would be for end users. They don't actually create the data, but they are accessing it. And so throughout several months, the sheriff's office, they shared the drafts of this policy with us. They welcomed, they incorporated our suggestions, and they have finalized and adopted a policy. And it addresses all of the state law obligations, including restrictions and prohibitions on data sharing. One can look at, and that policy's been updated on the sheriff's website. You can look under their transparency portal. Policy 436 is there, so you can see the actual policy. The additional documentation requirements that I talked about are included, and the sheriff's office is committed to regular monthly audits of this data, as well as our office, the Inspector General's office, will review these audits to independently verify compliance and with the law and their own policy. So that concludes my remarks. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I'm available to answer any questions or concerns that you have.
Thank you, Attorney Marion. We may come back to you for questions when we return to the board, but I am extremely grateful to our sheriff's office for their willingness participation in this audit and their willingness to look at what they're doing and improve policy as necessary. I think this is a big success in the work that we are doing collaboratively as a county. So next up, I would like to turn it over to Supervisor Hernandez to propose a recommended resolution.
So before that, I just want to say that in the face of the current events that are happening in unincorporated Gilroy in regards to the proposed ICE detention facility, this item is very important, especially in South County where families are facing widespread panic amongst immigrant families, causing many to hide and stop going to work, skip essential appointments and services. Fear of family separation is deeply profound in our community, with reports of children avoiding school, workers fleeing workplaces, and significant decline in public services. So it's been really significant impact in South County with what's happening. So, that was it for me though.
Would you like to propose the resolution?
If you do it.
Okay. Let me pull that up. In response to a request from my colleagues on the board at the last meeting, we are bringing forward a resolution that supports the California law promoting transparency and accountability in law enforcement actions. To really break that down, there was a law, SB 627, the No Secret Police Act, which was signed into law in September of 2025 and effective on January 1st, 2026. And what it means is that law enforcement officers operating in California must refrain from wearing face coverings that conceal their identity while performing official duties, with limited exceptions, and clearly display visible identification, including name or badge number, during enforcement operations. Now, this is something that our officers already comply with, but by sending this message that as a county, we support the No Secret Police Act, it once again reinforces our county's values of transparency and accountability in law enforcement, public safety and community trust, protection against impersonation, and just real consistency with our values and our existing policies. So with that, I will conclude the report just by once again saying what an honor and a privilege it has been to represent our county on this issue. I'm very proud of the work that the SHIELD subcommittee has done just in the short 6 months that we've been or 5 months that we've been working together. I want to give a special word of gratitude to Amanda Gullings, who's representing the CEO's office and has been a tremendous asset to the team, as well as the staff in District 4 and District 5. And with that, I would like to turn it over to the board to begin by hearing any questions that you may have, and then we will turn it to public comment. Thank you. Do you have any questions from the board? Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. No, just gratitude for your work with other leaders across is it the Northern California region or is it statewide?
Great question. It's 12 counties, and it does go as far south as Monterey and San Benito County, and then it goes all the way through the Bay Area, the East Bay, and North Bay, including Napa County. So it's our whole Bay Area region.
Yeah, yes. Thank you very, very much.
Supervisor.
I also want to extend my appreciation for all the work you've done. And I think the proposal to update our county policy manual here, it identifies sort of an obvious shortcoming in our training, which is, well, what should county staff do if vice shows up at the door? And I think having this set process will help eliminate confusion, panic, and ensure that we follow the right process. Thanks.
Seeing no further questions, I'll now go out to the public for public comment on the item. Is there anyone in the room who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, Chair, there is.
Thank you.
Austin, your microphone is now available.
District 5 resident here. Shout out to Board Chair Martinez. I wonder if she's aware that hundreds of District 5 constituents remain without power since Sunday night. I wish I could have been there in person, but I can't charge my car. Instead of working to ensure basic needs are met, the county is attempting to affirm its commitment to transparency, accountability, and community trust by providing cover for AI mass surveillance through an ALPR operator that continues to remain out of compliance with SB 34. It's good, actually, that the county doesn't operate its own cameras, but note that yesterday, news dropped from powerful media that the federal government is seeking its own nationwide LPR network from a single vendor. By continuing to rely on Flock and other districts, the county is stealing our tax dollars to grant legitimacy to and extend the runway of a wildly unprofitable startup that desperately needs such a contract for its own sustainability and to reward investors like Peter Thiel. The county's admirable sanctuary policies mean very little when this board is actively supporting the federal government's rollout of their own network, and blood will be on the hands of this board. At the same time that you're passing resolutions to support the No Secret Police Act, you're actively supporting a nationwide surveillance dragnet that harbors Santa Cruz residents. Thank you for your attention.
Call-in user 365, your microphone is now available.
That was dynamite information on the contradictions taking place. Thank you to the previous speaker. I want to commend your work on this, and I want to say, Monica, it was good to see you in person in Watsonville at the 30th anniversary celebration of Center for Farm Worker Families and honoring Ann Lopez as well. Somebody who was there at that meeting, Monica, was Kate Hitt. She wrote a book on her own, Single Woman, Double Clutches, a school bus driver's life in poems and pictures. And I want to read an applicable part of the book. Children began disappearing off my school bus starting in early 2017. We watched in horror as ICE agents handcuffed farm workers at the fields by the side of the road. Many parents disappeared too, their children forced to live with who knows where, but hopefully with relatives or friends. If families were abducted, the children were separated from their parents and put in cages. And skipping down, I don't think our country can be free until all are freed from this terror. The hellish way concentration camps are being built at breakneck speed to hold humans as if they were produce. The allotted Trump-Miller Republican big ugly bills, $45 billion tax dollars to build the prisons and $35 billion for more ICE militia must be dismantled and defunded.
Manny, your microphone is now available.
All right. Hello, members of the board. Item one, I just wanted to mention the No Secret Police Act does not go far enough, as it still has carve-outs for SWAT and undercover agents, meaning that we still will not know which agents are with the state of California or not, because there are carve-outs for California law enforcement to still continue wearing masks. Secondly, when it comes to license plate readers, I appreciate that Santa Cruz County does not currently hold a contract with any ALPR vendor, nor contribute their own data to automatic license plate reader databases. However, even without a contract, the Sheriff's Department still accesses all surveillance data throughout Northern California, which would include drones, body cameras, and automatic license plate readers and we have now discovered that there are license plate readers along Highway 17 and Highway 1, and the sheriff can still access all of the incorporated cities who are currently contracted with Flock. The only safe data is data which is not collected and not accessed. Santa Cruz County Sheriff thinks that they can avoid the liability and the negative perception by telling the community that they don't have a current contract with ALPR vendors, but still think that they can get the other side of it while accessing all of the warrantless surveillance data through the Northern California Regional Intelligence Center. One cannot have it both ways. There is no middle ground on this issue. The use of warrantless mass surveillance and the violation of privacy rights can happen even if a jurisdiction does not have a direct contract with an ALPR vendor, so long as they continue to access the data through NCRIC. And if you guys truly care about immigrants, you would also put forth some pressure on the state to remove the license plate readers on California Highway 17 and California Highway 1. Thank you.
Amber, your microphone is now available.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Monica Martinez and distinguished members of the board and county staff. Amber Williams, CEO of Janus of Santa Cruz. I want to thank you, Chair Martinez, Supervisor Hernandez, and the entire board for your continued leadership and support of the SHIELD Committee agenda item before you today regarding protections and support for vulnerable members of our community. For more than 50 years, Janus has served individuals and families facing substance use disorders, mental health challenges, housing instability, and complex barriers to care. Many of the people we serve are already living with fear, trauma, and uncertainty every day. Policies and community partnerships that promote safety, trust, dignity, and access to essential services are critical to ensuring that individuals feel safe seeking treatment, recovery supports, access to healthcare, and family services. We appreciate the county's commitment to collaboration and to protecting the health and well-being of all residents in Santa Cruz County. The work of SHIELD Committee reflects the values that are deeply aligned with Janus's mission: compassion, inclusion, public health, and community stability. Janus remains committed to serving the population with dignity and respect, and we value our ongoing partnership with the county and community organizations that are working together to support the most in need. We know that strong communities are built when people feel safe accessing services, asking for help, and participating fully in community life. Thank you again for your leadership, your partnership, and your continued investment in the health and well-being of our community.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I will now return to the board for discussion and a motion. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair, and Supervisor Hernandez for all your work on this, and want to thank staff and everybody for their work on this as well. One thing I did want to mention as it pertains to the recommendations for county staff in terms of the policy, when, as a delegate for the Democratic Party at the convention this year, there was a presentation, I believe it was Marin County's Public Defender's Office, I may need to double check that, but they did provide a session on recommendations for how citizens can collect evidence, videos, compliance with directives if they encounter ICE agents. And it might be worth us having staff contact them because the content was very informative in terms of, not editing videos. The fact that, if canisters that are used for pepper bombs or flashbangs, like those types of, the canisters that are left behind, collecting those as evidence, especially if it's in the case of excessive use of force. But they had a lot of really great information as to what folks should do should they encounter ICE, and I think it might be worth reaching out just to get some input from them to help inform that policy. And then lastly, I do think that what's happening in Santa Clara County is really traumatizing for a lot of folks in this community. And so I'd like to move the recommended actions by the subcommittee, but in addition to the recommended action, I'd also like to direct the staff contact Santa Clara County Council to learn more about what legal action they will be taking in regards to the Gilroy facility, and return with recommendations for the board to consider during our next closed session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I will just add that we have been in contact with Santa Clara County, so that's a helpful addition because it's something that's in motion, so really appreciate that. Further comments from anybody else on the board? Seeing none, we have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. And once again, I just want to extend my gratitude to my colleagues on the board for allowing me to continue to represent the county on this important issue. Thank you so much. We will now be moving on to item number 9. Consider directing staff to attend meetings if available and work with the 3rd District Office, local partner agencies, and interest groups on the development of a North Coast Transportation Project proposal and financing plan. So as a reminder on process, we're going to hear the presentation from Supervisor Cummings. We'll have an opportunity for the board to ask questions. We'll go to the public for public comment and then invite my colleagues to discuss and provide direction. Supervisor Cummings?
Great. Thank you, Chair. So this item is regarding traffic and safety improvements on the North Coast and access to the Cotonee Coast Dairies Monument. So as many folks know, the North Coast has become much more popular, especially with the internet, and many visitors have been coming from around the area to visit many of the North Coast beaches. And for those folks who've been around for a long time, know that the parking along the North Coast is pretty rugged, to say the least. So a few years ago, prior to me joining this board, the board had established a North Coast Facilities Working Group, which is a group of many different agencies that have issues on the North Coast: Caltrans, Coastal Commission, state parks, county parks, BLM, among many others, and residents. And through coordination with that group, they came up with priority projects that were incorporated into what's called the North Coast Facilities Master Plan, which was adopted by this board. What's unique about the 3rd District in terms of being able to apply for funding is the fact that with having Cotonio Coast Dairies as a national monument, we are able to apply for what are called Federal Land Access Program grants, which are also called FLAP grants. And back in 2024, our office, working with Congressman Panetta, we were able to help secure FLAP grant funding on the order of about $24 million, which actually led to us being able to build Segment 5 of the rail trail. And without that funding, we would not have been able to get that segment of the rail trail built. And what we've been seeing today is that many people, even though it's not finished, many people are finding that that is a gem of the North Coast now, providing safe biking and walking access from Wilder Ranch to Davenport. In addition to that, we also have been able to invest in parking improvements at Panther Beach and at Davenport Beach. But there's still more work that needs to be done. So over the past few years, I brought forward a number of items to the board for consideration to help improve parking at Sharkfin Cove, which we, through our investment of Measure K funds, we were able to secure $350,000 for the Coastal Conservancy to continue moving forward with that. We also invested in the Cement Plant Road and coming up with a plan for safe pedestrian and biking to connect Segment 5 from Davenport to the Cotonio Coast Dairy Monument, but most importantly, to provide safe pedestrian access from Old Town to New Town, which is a priority for the folks who live in Davenport. And so what's before us today is the fact that since we have the National Monument, there are a number of different agencies that have projects to help increase parking and traffic safety and pedestrian access, going as far as to the city of Santa Cruz. And in addition to that, there's also the opportunity to improve the rail line there to provide increased access for people who may want to take an excursion train up the North Coast to connect them to the monument, and for those folks who may have mobility issues and may not be able to walk or bike but would like to enjoy the coast outside of a car. And so what we're asking for today really is to start a conversation. There's going to need to be research to understand, which projects can align, which agencies we can work with. But at the end of the day, if we are able to coordinate across agencies, while we'll still have to submit our own applications, if we're in alignment, there's a higher likelihood that we will all be able to get funding. So rather than us competing for funds, this is an opportunity for us to work together with our agency partners, with the city of Santa Cruz, to try to make the necessary improvements and to apply for funding that could allow us to move forward. And I know that there may be some concerns around, well, would the county have to match funding? And I just want to read directly from what we included, which is from the frequently asked questions on the Federal Lands Access Program on page 3, funding requirements. Is there a match requirement? The FLAP program no longer has a match requirement, and FLAP funds are eligible to fund up to 100% of the project's cost. Funding from sources other than FLAP, e.g. grants, direct funding, discretionary sources, et cetera, are allowed but cannot be used as a factor in the evaluation of projects. However, there are situations where an applicant may consider including non-FLAP funds in a project, particularly where a project includes elements that are tangential to the intent of the FLAP program. For example, a county applies to rebuild a section of highway that provides access to a national forest, but only 50% of the vehicles on the highway are accessing the forest, while the remaining traffic is pass-through or local traffic. To be competitive with other projects that are fully dedicated to improving access to federal lands, the applicant could consider providing a commensurate level of non-FLAP funds to the project. So really what's being asked for today is that we enter into these conversations, that we allow for staff across the different agencies to figure out what opportunities there may be, what could qualify for the FLAP funding, and if there's any county funds that would need to directed towards this, we would need to come back to the board for board approval. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Andy Schiffrin, who has also been taking the lead on this in my office, is here to also help answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Supervisor Cummings. I'll now return to the board for questions. Any questions for Supervisor Cummings? Supervisor DeSerpa.
So I have a lot of comments, but I do have a couple of questions. So there are a number of timber trestles, I think, in that area, correct? That would need to be rehabilitated? No, just one. Okay. And,
Well, there is the Antonelli Pond trestle, and I believe that a number of the berms that appear to just be rock are actually have a wood trestle underneath and are sort of filled in over time.
okay. So, Supervisor Cummings, can you talk more about what the vision is for this project? Like if a flap grant was received, like what is the hope? Like what's the end result here?
The end goal is to try to connect. So for example, right now with the rail trail, it's not connected from the city of Santa Cruz to Wilder. I mean, there is a path on the west side, but Antonelli Pond and the Antonelli Bridge has been called out as one of the projects that could help to connect the rail trail fully through the city. And the goal would be to connect the city of Santa Cruz all the way to the National Monument. And that's what would allow us to be able to qualify for this funding, is that if we're able to show that we're connecting local jurisdictions to a federal facility, then that's what would allow us to qualify for this grant. And so, again, this is to start a discussion. So ideally, through the project, and I don't know if county staff may be able to speak to this as well, but Cement Plant Road, there have been a number of options for consideration in terms of connecting segment 5 to Katoni Coast Dairies, one of which would align with the rail line that's there, which is a very tiny section of rail, it's maybe a mile or two, I think, of rail. But many people have expressed not putting the path along Cement Plant Road because there would be the potential for trees to be removed. Part of the preferred alignment would be, and maybe Steve Wiesner could come up and speak to this, to some of the options, but one would be to make Cement Plant Road one way and to have part of that be used for pedestrian and bike. Part of the other option is putting it along the rail line, which would require rail line acquisition and the purchase of that line. We are in discussions with UP about what that would be, and we've dedicated district funds to looking at an appraisal of that. And ultimately, I mean, let me also say that we've also been in discussion with Roaring Camp, who has actually acknowledged that the rail line there would be suitable for running a train up the coast. Some of the environmental mitigation is the big challenge there, but they have said that they think that the rail line would be suitable for us to be able to run an excursion train, similar to how we run it to the boardwalk, but then from the boardwalk up the north coast. And we also see this as an economic development strategy. You know, we are a tourist community. And as we see more cars on the road, trying to get people out of those cars and alternatives to driving up the coast is something that we see as beneficial as well with this project. So yeah, ultimately trying to connect the rail trail all the way to the Katoni Coast Dairies Monument, providing an excursion train that could go up to the monument, and also safe pedestrian access along Cement Plant Road is the ultimate goal.
Okay. So, while I'm not completely opposed to this idea, you know, we've got other segments of this rail trail that have not been completed yet. Some are under design, some haven't been designed yet. And I hesitate to support a plan again for the north part of the county when we've got a tremendous amount of work to do mid and south county. And I'm guessing you anticipated like that particular type of comment. I mean, I am very reluctant to even have our own staff pointed in the direction of doing any work for the North Coast at this point until the rest of the line gets built out sufficiently for the remainder of our population in the county.
If I could respond, I will just say that I understand the other needs, and we are very supportive of everything that's happening in South County and all the funding that we're allocating to South County. This is a very unique opportunity where, since we have federal lands in the 3rd District, we can qualify for funds that we don't have here. There are public safety needs in Davenport, and we've identified this source of federal funding that can help meet those safety needs and those challenges in that community. And this will not, this isn't taking funding away from the rail trail in any other part of the county. It's actually increasing the amount of money that we're bringing in to complete this very important project. And flap grants aren't always available. The application period is reopening in 2027. We've already approved these projects as part of the North Coast Working Group. And this is really calling out those projects. We are finding funding that's available, that's only available to my district, and trying to bring in sources of funding, especially during a time when we're having funding challenges. And again, Congressman Panetta has been successful at bringing these types of funds into this community. And this is an opportunity for us to work with our congressional member to bring funds into our community that would not otherwise be accessible.
I guess partly because I'm new, but how does this sort of situation interact with the RTC? Because the RTC has been the lead on the rail trail.
That's what we would be in conversation. That's what we want to bring. This is essentially just bringing folks together so we can have these conversations. So and I'll invite Andy Schiffrin from my office to make any further comments, but that is the intent of this item, is that there are a bunch of agencies, there's a bunch of projects, and bringing us all together so we can have conversations to figure out what do we want to have as our priorities. It may be that we don't focus on the rail aspect and we just focus on Cement Plant Road and we focus on the improvements there. But this is an opportunity for us to have a conversation about what we want to prioritize and what we want to apply for in this grant process.
So before Andy starts talking, I will just say one other concern that I have. I mean, we're in such a budget crunch now and in the foreseeable future. We have a hiring freeze, we are downstaffed, we are missing workforce, I think, in our CDI division, our Public Works division. And it just kind of gives me heartburn to, again, have our own staff pointed in this direction when the entire rest of the county doesn't even have a trail yet, all the way, down to the county line. I do think it pulls away focus and energy from equity projects in the mid and south areas. I do. I love the idea of economic development. I love the idea of having a trail extend up to Chitoni. Gosh, that would be amazing. But the truth is that I don't think I can support something like this until we finish the trail for South County.
Thank you, Andy Schiffrin. I think it's important to clarify what the status of these various projects are. As Supervisor Cummings said, there are a range of projects on the North Coast. Actually, only one of those projects is a county project. The only county project is the Cement Plant Road project, which is actually under development. The alignment for the BLM and District 3 funds went to funding the alignment study for that. There is a proposed alignment now. We've been in conversations with Public Works about providing funding to move the next step, which would be to develop a flap grant application for that project. As I understand how the flap grant program works, there isn't one flap grant application. There are a series of flap grant applications. Each agency has to prepare its own application. So for example, BLM would like to have parking improvements at the southern end of the National Monument. That project is going to have to be developed with them. If there is an extension from Santa Cruz to in the parts of the trail that aren't built. That would have to be an RTC project. If there is going to be excursion, that's going to be an RTC project. Those are things that are going to be talked about or can be talked about at the RTC, as if the RTC wants to participate. This hasn't been brought up at the RTC, and I've been careful not to do that because the collaborative effort needs to start here, because the North Coast is Caltrans, state parks, Coastal Conservancy, BLM, all have projects that are going on out there. And the question is, can these agencies work together? If they do work together, it increases the chances that any of these projects will be funded. So all that's being asked today is that the board approve Supervisor Cummings talking to these other agencies, RTC, BLM, Caltrans, on potential projects on the North Coast to see if there's a way of working together and if some of these projects can move forward. If the RTC decides that the focus really needs to be on South County and there isn't any possibility to continue working on the North County, that's fine. I think the intent, though, in bringing this forward is not have any Measure D money going to the North County project. And in terms of, Justin talked about local share, there is a local share that was used for segment 5, and there may be a benefit of having a local share for any further project, but our intent is to try to do the fundraising privately, not to ask the board for any county funding, not to ask for the RTC for any county funding. Will that be practical? We don't know, but until we have the conversations to sort of see whether it is possible to move forward with any of these projects, we're not going to be able to find out the answer to those questions.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. I was just curious. So I think the question has been answered as far as like the status of this conversation at the RTC. Even just at the staff level. Have we done any exploration around it seems like the obvious next step if we want rail service on the North Coast would be for the RTC or the Santa Cruz County Coastal Rail Authority to put out an RFP for excursion services, right?
The discussion about the possibility of excursion service on the North Coast has been around for a number of years. And we've had conversations with staff, with Grace Blakesley at the RTC. She's the expert. And actually, Roaring Camp has provided technical assistance in looking at the rail line and responding to your earlier concern. They believe it's doable. Certainly, if there was going to be any excursion service, the intention is there would not be any public subsidy, just like their service now from Felton is not publicly subsidized. Any service, if it should turn out to be feasible, would have to be, the operational costs would have to be unsubsidized. Whether there would, as you say, there would have to be an RFP if we can get to the point. But from the previous work that's been done, while the line may be serviceable, except maybe for the Antonelli Pond Bridge, there are rare and endangered critters in a lot of the culverts. And so there needs to be some serious environmental mitigation. And that's why I think there needs to be, if the RTC wants to move forward with it, the attempt to get a FLAP grant, because a FLAP grant could provide the funding to do the mitigations.
Yeah, that's right. You reminded me that I think we're paying something like $16 to $18 million in environmental mitigation because of red-legged frog habitat that the trail went through. And so I can only imagine once we start the train up again, which actually I'm in full support of getting Roaring Camp up there. I think that, or whoever wanted to apply for an RFP, that they're sort of the natural applicant, I think that'd be fantastic. But yeah, the environmental mitigation could be significant costs. Thank you. I just had a few questions for county staff as well. Director Wiesner or Director Machado. Just a few questions. First of all, have we seen any safety issues on Cement Plant Road or Highway 1 in this area? I was trying to look through the safety action plan that's coming up. I didn't notice any hot spots on there, maybe that's just because it's a state highway and those weren't mapped on Highway 1.
Well, I think I'll just note that there really is no safe pedestrian or bicycle connection between Old Town and New Town. There are two different areas of Davenport. One is most closest to the National Monument. There's really no link to downtown Davenport where Segment 5 is currently going to be terminated.
Because you have to go on Highway 1.
For a little ways, it would go on Highway 1. There's different options, to run it up Cement Plant Road, or one of the most obvious options would be to, if we had control of the rail line, to run it up the rail line.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Cement Plant Road seems like a low-stress road to me. It doesn't get a whole lot of traffic, but I can see that's the stretch along Highway 1 being a little bit hairy. Any sense of how much work is needed to put together, the sense of next steps here from your team? I know you guys are pretty stretched thin as far as just the availability of traffic engineers and support staff. So, I mean, do you guys see this as being any significant burden?
Well, if you're referencing the direction today that you're trying to provide us, we are stretched quite thin. We have the Shark Fin parking lot is a project that we're undertaking. Supervisor Cummings mentioned the grant that we did receive, so we're pushing on that effort. To layer on another grant would be a significant lift. I'm not sure that's what the board item is asking for today, but if we did get to that would be, something we would want to build into a budget because it would be significant enough. It wouldn't be just on the fly trying to support that kind of an effort. But I'm not sure we're there yet today. But yes, any sort of grant pursuit would require a budget item and significant resources to support it.
Okay, can you remind me, we've already received a grant allocation for Shark Fin Cove?
We did.
From California Coastal Conservancy?
We did. The California Conservancy granted us about $350,000 to take that through about 65% design, working with Caltrans. That's Caltrans right away, but it's an area where, people use frequently, and we're trying to make it a safer parking area. So that next phase is funded, not to construction yet.
I mean, in theory, could the FLAP grant help pay for the build out of that, or is not actually, that's not a piece of the national monument, so it wouldn't?
That's right. It's not really a piece of it. To be eligible for a FLAP grant, you have to show that you're serving people directly that access federal lands. And so Shark Fin is not a, federal destination. If we can show users to get all the way to the Catoni Dairies Monument, then that would be eligible, but I don't think Shark Fin would actually qualify. But Highway 1 improvements may, if you can show that it's being used by the visitors for that park.
Do you have any sense of how much funding we need to actually build out the Cement Plant Road and Highway 1, sort of Old Town, New Town connection?
The cost to do that. Steve, do you have a sense of the?
It's in the millions.
Okay.
It's a large project and would require land acquisitions and so forth.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely sympathetic with the effort, and as I said, I think at a minimum, I think the RTC could certainly put out the RFP and try to get excursion service up there. I feel a little bit cautious and defensive of Public Works time or CDI. Yeah, those are my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
So in addition to CDI, is Parks going to be part of this project as well? I just wanted to check in if all the agencies that you've been working with have been, if you guys already met, like I had an initial meeting with them. I do share the similar concern about bandwidth, but I guess my only question is, other than if you guys had those meetings, is, it is a multifaceted project that I'm wondering if there's going to be multiple CEQA reviews or any, given that it's federal funding and federal lands, any NEPA studies that need to be done? And if so, how are those going to be funded too?
I'll answer part of this, the first part of this question. So we were bringing this item back in April, and we pulled the item, went up to the community in Davenport, and had a community conversation about this project, and everybody was very excited about it because of the fact that it can provide some major safety improvements to the folks who live in Davenport. And again, I just want to remind us too that this is about us starting a conversation about, across the different agencies. We're not committing to any aspect of this project today. This is just to start the conversation. It may be that through our conversations, we don't want to move forward with rail. It may be that we just want to focus on cement plant road improvements and improvements that Caltrans and the community have identified in terms of traffic getting in and out of the monument. But really it's about us having this conversation. In terms of all the costs, those would be things that we would have to figure out. But I just want to remind us that the last time we had an opportunity to apply for a FLAP grant, we got $24 million from the federal government. And at a time when we're not getting money from the federal government for a lot of different programs, this is something that could actually help us in terms of being able to improve walkability, bikeability, outdoor access through funds that we wouldn't have otherwise. And it's not clear when this process is going to reopen after 2027. It may be that there's years and years that go by where we don't have access to this opportunity. But this is an important moment when we can apply for funding. There's no guarantee that we're going to get the funding even. And if we don't get the funding, we won't move forward with the projects. It might be that we don't, the amount and the cost is a little bit too high. And it may mean we scale down what we want to apply for. Like I said, the Antonelli Pond, for example, that bridge and that connection, that wouldn't be a county project, that's a city project. And I want to remind us that we did get a letter from the city of Santa Cruz from Mayor Keeley, who was supportive of us trying to coordinate our efforts. So together we could apply for these funds for the various different agencies, and hopefully we could bring a lot of money into our community. And so I'll turn it back to Andy about the sequence
Let me
questions.
respond directly to Supervisor Hernandez's questions. One, we have had conversations with the Parks Department, and as the CEO has said, and as the CDI director has said, staff is pushed a lot. And that's why the recommendation is for county staff to attend meetings if available. There have been conversations with Parks. They're aware of the proposal, but they don't have a direct involvement at this time. So there's not an anticipation that Parks staff would be involved initially. Whether they would be, later would depend. In terms of CEQA and NEPA, yes, to the extent that there are any projects that are going to move forward for funding, they'd have to go through the CEQA and NEPA process. None of this is going to happen the day after tomorrow. What we're talking about is a multi-year start of a process that is, in a sense, providing a vision. I want to say one more thing about the availability of county staff. What we all know from county staff and CDI is nothing happens without money. They are very precise about their staff's involvement, and they need to get the funding. The Shark Fin Cove project started because Supervisor Cummings put $100,000 of District 3 money into the Public Works Department budget so they could work on it. That led to a $350,000 grant. The Coastal Conservancy staff is enthusiastic about the project. It was likely that the county will get another $150,000 once we reach the milestone, and maybe we'll be in good shape to go after construction funding, which will be significant once we get to the point that it's ready for construction. We've had conversations with CDI staff about the next step of the cement plant road project and talked about how much it would cost to prepare a FLAP grant application or have somebody else prepare a FLAP grant application. And Supervisor Cummings is committed to, or is considering a commitment of the necessary funds to do that in next year's, setting aside District 3 funds this year for expenditures in next year's budget. So very aware of the limitations of staff, one of the reasons why I think this recommendation is coming forward is the sense that if these various agencies work together, prepare their own projects, and apply sort of for linked applications to the FLAP grant program, there will be a better chance that some or all of them will be funded rather than each one going in competing for the funding at the same time. All of these projects are complicated. They're all expensive. They all have lots of levels. And that's why it's important for the agency staff to sit down and say, what can we do? What can't we do?
Let me also just follow up by saying that for the cement plant road study, one of the things that we did was, this wasn't county staff that put together that project. They went out and hired a consultant, and we set aside funding for that. We would anticipate that that's actually what's going to happen here, is that we're going to need to use some of our discretionary funds. They're going to go out and hire a consultant, and the consultant's going to go do that work. So that will take a lot of the burden off of county staff in terms of being able to move forward with applying for what could be significant funds coming into the community. But again, this is just about having a conversation and having staff time so that we can figure out what projects we want to go after. Is there alignment? It could be that through these conversations, we don't all want to work together, and then we can, that will be the end of it. But it's an opportunity for us to have these cross-agency conversations to really see how can we be most successful at bringing federal money back into our community at a really challenging time when there's, not a whole lot of money available for these projects here locally.
I just want to follow up about the environmental review. So do the federal flat grants cover also environmental review?
I think the answer is yes. We do have the model of the Segment 5 Rail Trail, which is, as Supervisor Cummings said, a major FLAP grant project. That money, as I remember, and I think I'm remembering correctly, was used for planning as well as for construction. So as part of the planning process, which was a multi-year project for those on the RTC might remember, and very complex hearings at the Coastal Commission to get that project, which wasn't a permit, it was a consistency determination, because one of the interesting things about the FLAP grant program is that if you get a FLAP grant, it's the federal agency that does the project. The federal agency is the only RTC staff for Segment 5 is working with the federal agency in implementing that rail trail project. But the federal, whatever agency, division, department, somewhere deep in some agency is doing it, they actually do all the work. They're responsible for getting the environmental documents done. They're responsible for getting the planning done. That can be time consuming and problematic in ways, but it then saves local costs, because the only local cost with the only RTC cost was really overseeing that process. Does that answer your question?
Pretty much. And I was wondering, I don't know if it's a question for staff or you might know, but do these flat grants kind of facilitate additional block grants as well?
Not as far as I know. It's very focused on transportation projects that provide access to federal lands and facilities.
Thank you. I also have a few questions. I'll begin just by sharing that I'm thinking about this proposal really in the context of where we are today as a county. And, we are going into the budget season where we have some really difficult challenges before us over the next couple fiscal years. And we're also later today going to get a presentation on the strategic plan, which talked to thousands of people about their priorities for the community. So just to help me kind of put this in the context of those things, Supervisor Cummings, can you just help me hear kind of how you are seeing this align with the goals of the county and where we are today?
Sure. Well, and I don't want to dive too much into the strategic plan, but, since being on this board, we constantly talk about, making improvements to our roads, public safety, economic development, and a lot of that's called out in our strategic plan, and also reducing our carbon emissions. On the North Coast, as I mentioned before, as we become more popular, the parking issues up there are increasingly getting worse and worse. And while to Supervisor Koenig's comment earlier about Cement Plant Road, historically, maybe there wasn't a whole lot of traffic on Cement Plant Road. But what we're seeing now with Catoni Coast Dairies, and again, that's becoming more and more popular, is we have more and more cars driving up Cement Plant Road, getting off of Highway 1 to access the Catoni Coast Dairies Monument. And what's been concerning for the folks in Davenport is that they don't have a safe way for their kids and the people who live in Northtown in Newtown to get down to Old Town. And so that's why we've been moving forward with the Cement Plant Road study, because they were really pushing on us to make sure that we have safe pedestrian access between those two parts of Davenport as the Catoni Coast Dairy Monument is opening. That's part of why we've been moving forward with this, and the fact that we have an opportunity to bring in funds that could actually help advance that project. That's why we're bringing this forward today, because we've heard from folks in Davenport that, there's Caltrans issues in terms of being able to turn into the Catoni Coast Dairies Monument, and a lot of other improvements that need to be made. But the fact of the matter is, should we be competing for funding, or should we be working together to secure funding that can help support all of the projects and all the needs that are on the North Coast? So again, talking back to the strategic plan, again, we've talked about economic development. This is an opportunity for us to help advance tourism and create safer access points to people who want to access our beaches and to access the Catoni Coast Dairies Monument. It's, in terms of roads and safety, it helps provide that safe access from Newtown to Old Town in Davenport. And in terms of environment, and health and all policies, getting people into the outdoors and helping them have access to the Catoni Coast Dairies National Monument, we see that this is something that can help facilitate that as well. So, and again, we're not making any firm decision today. This is to get us to have conversations with the other agencies to see if we're going to apply for this funding, how can we align our efforts, how can we maximize the potential for us to bring in millions of dollars into our community, and what projects do we want to focus on or not. So again, it's not to say that we're going to move forward with rail, because maybe the RTC doesn't want to do that this time, fine. But we do have a project that we know is going to cost a lot of money. We've done the plan on the project already, it's a Cement Plant Road plan. And that project in and of itself, from the county's perspective, if we could bring in the federal dollars to move that project forward, then that's something that will help us create a safer route in Davenport in a shorter amount of time.
Thanks for that. And yeah, I guess in the context of prioritization, it seems like this project fits some of the general goals. I think in the conversations that I've had with the strategic plan, investment in North Coast didn't really rise to the top as opposed to South County and even in kind of the more rural mountainous areas. But I understand, I hear what you're saying about this as a specific source of funding. But this is just sort of the container that I'm holding the conversation in. As it relates to the lead partner, one of the letters of support we got said, happy for the county to take the lead on this. Has a lead been identified?
No. So we're taking the lead in the sense of we're trying to convene the agencies and have these conversations. But really, we would be trying to work with Congressman Panetta's office as well, because of the fact that this is a federal grant program, and so trying to also coordinate with them to see what elements would be, more likely to be successful in terms of competing for funds. And so that's why we want to kind of bring everybody together, and getting this board approval will send a message to our congressman that we really want to help. We want to work on projects that can help bring down these federal funds. And I will just say that, in terms of the 3rd district, we have very, understandable, there's a lot of needs throughout the community. But we're unique in the sense that this is one of the few projects that we can actually bring money in on and move forward that's going to really help promote safety and access in our community.
Is the county, going back to the lead question, would the county be the lead applicant for a FLAP grant? Because Panetta's office won't apply for us, so who are you thinking is the applicant?
It depends on the project, right? So if there's Caltrans projects, Caltrans would take the lead. Cement Plant Road, that would mean the county would take the lead because it's a county project. And we would have to work with the Coastal Commission if we're gonna, do rail, that would be an RTC project. The RTC would have to decide on that, so we're not deciding on that for them. So that's why we want to have these conversations, to determine what are the projects we want to prioritize, where are these different agencies at. It could be that the RTC says, we don't want to support rail going up the North Coast because we want to focus on South County projects, fine. But we want to have those conversations, and this is an opportunity for us to bring these agencies together to figure out what projects do we want to advance, who's going to take the lead, what agency is going to do what. So it could be that for the Cement Plant Road, the county would take the lead. They'd probably need funding. We'd be willing to set aside our funding so we could apply for those funds through Measure K and Measure Q. And so we're trying to minimize the impact on the county's budget while also bringing in money that could help advance some of the projects that we've put before us. And I will say the North Coast Facilities Management Plan, that was a multi-year, multi-agency effort. We actually met last Friday. We spoke with the different agencies, and all the agencies agreed that they thought that this was a good way for us to move forward to help us better be able to secure these federal funds.
So can you help me understand what the recommended actions are asking for? Because it's a long, and we have heard you say, and Mr. Schifrin say, this is about discussion, but then the recommended actions also say that it's with the intention of developing a transportation project proposal and financing plan. So would we be giving you approval to develop a transportation project proposal and financing plan, or to have meetings?
This would be to start the conversations off. The intent is that we move forward with identifying the different projects, what are the costs going to be, and determining whether or not we can apply for funding. If the board wants something to come back, we can have something come back before we take any kind of further action. And if this is just to get us to have these conversations and we return with an update to the board on next steps, happy to do that too. But what we really want to do is try to figure out, with this very unique opportunity that we have to bring in federal dollars, how can we best do that collectively across all these different agencies who we're hearing from the public, there's a need for these improvements to be made to help public safety on the North Coast. And so that's essentially what we're trying to do, is be responsive to the community and what the needs that we're seeing on the North Coast.
So, but it seems that if the request is to have meetings, you probably don't need board support for you to have conversations.
If
it's not
because
applying.
Because of the 8-hour policy that the board adopted last year, if we want to utilize more than 8 hours of staff time, then we have to come to board for approval. We know that this is likely going to be multiple different meetings that we're going to have. Staff's probably going to have to do some research on certain topics and areas. And so we felt that rather than trying to get staff to do something without board approval, that we bring this before the board to get approval from the board to make sure the community knows that there's a lot of money that we can access and that's on the line here. And that, by getting board approval, it sends a signal not only to the community, but to our congressional representative that we're interested in trying to pursue acquiring these funds.
Got it. So District 3 can have conversations and discussions unlimited, but when it involves bringing staff in, if it's above 8 hours of our public works time and our CDI time, that's what you're asking us to dedicate.
Right.
So maybe I'll ask Mr. Machado to come up to talk about that a little bit more. Because I heard from Supervisor DeSerpa some concerns about staff resources and time. And I'll just admit, I'm bothering you often on behalf of the 5th District related to road projects, culvert projects, road repair. So I know how busy you are, and I'm really appreciative of your stretching yourself. So based on your understanding, you're being asked to 8 hours and above. When you see the proposal here to attend staff meetings, developing a project plan, a financing plan, perhaps providing recreational trail to the boardwalk, help me understand how many staff might attend and how many hours might that take?
Yeah, that's a good question. And so, as we were reviewing this item as well, we were trying to wrap our brains around what is being asked of us. And I think the idea of going to meetings and weighing in on knowledge that we have in our brains or knowledge on projects that we've done recently, whether it's cement plant road feasibility or other knowledge that we have, that seems completely reasonable. I think that's in our minds, going to meetings, sharing what we know, sharing, what we've done is absolutely spot on. I think that next level where we're drafting finance plans and grants, that's certainly not within what we see as the scope of the ask today, because that would be a budget item, because that's a significant lift. And so I think I would draw the line at meetings versus crafting a plan. I think crafting a plan, I don't believe it's part of this ask today. It doesn't read that way to me. So I would say go to the meetings, and I would say, to answer your question, it would be, myself and Steve. We put in a lot of hours, and we don't always have to account for those hours to project items specifically, especially when there's no funding available for it. So it would be a lift from mostly us.
And there's a limited number of hours in the day, as Shay.
Yes, I've found that to be true, yes.
So do you feel like that you have the bandwidth for the request that would be coming?
Yeah, I think, when we read the item, I think it's, this next step doesn't seem like a huge lift. It seems like attending meetings, fleshing out some strategies seems reasonable to us. I think if we get to the point of identifying a lead agency, that's a really big conversation. We recognize cement plant road as ours, but so many other elements are not. But I think these first, handful of meetings is completely reasonable. And to Supervisor Cummings' point, if this can lead to leveraging huge federal funds for our region, we're always all in for that. That's a great idea.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Appreciate that. I think I'd like to hear from the public. So any other questions from the board before we go to the public? Is there anyone in the room who's here who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, is there anyone on the phone?
Yes, Chair. We have speakers online.
Thank you.
Call in user 242. Your microphone is now available. Call in user 2.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Zachary Ormsby. I'm the field manager for the Bureau of Land Management, Central Coast Field Office. We oversee Chitoni Coast areas. And I'd like to offer my strong support for what Justin is proposing today and concur with what Steve and Andy put out there. I would like to also state that the RTC was very successful in their flat project. Having that completed, once that's completed, puts us in very strong contention for another flap grant. Having previously negotiated successfully a flap grant, I'd also like to say that this monument exists because of rich collaboration in this community, starting with Trust for Public Land, Semper Virens Fund, getting it nominated, and then also working with the county elected officials, state elected officials, and congressionally elected officials to get the monument open. The trails exist out there because of rich collaborative effort. And Justin is right that this is a rare funding opportunity that has come up. And in my time in working for the federal government, a lot of times we're just trying to take advantage of the funding opportunities as they arise. For example, the proposed budget for national monument lands for 2027 congressionally offers about a 75% reduction in funding for national monuments. And that's just kind of the ebb and flow of the way that the federal government works. And so while we may have a shortfall there, there are always opportunities to take advantage of, and those windows are often small and limited and require you to be agile and dedicated and intentional in your efforts. And I think that that's what Justin is proposing here, and having had conversations with Caltrans, members of the Facilities Management Planning Group.
Thank you.
State.
Brian, your microphone is now available.
Hi, this is Brian Peoples with Trail Now. We absolutely oppose the taxes be that staff support a tourist train to Davenport for many reasons, besides the limited staff time. Most importantly, what is not being well communicated is with the new North Coast Trail, there has been new pedestrian vehicle accesses over the railroad tracks that virtually now prevent you from having a train. Because if you remember when we put in the Aptos Village, we had to take out 2 crossings for PUC requirements. So you cannot have a train going to Davenport or or you would have to impact your current trail. Secondly, this again starts going down the path of Watsonville and South County not getting their fair equitable amount. A call out to Supervisor Hernandez. This is again, this North Coast, the Santa Cruz community continuing to nickel and dime and take money from South County. Remember, Santa Cruz has had 95% of the trail funding, active transportation going towards Santa Cruz. Watsonville's gotten less than 5%. This continues that pattern. It's wrong, and we should definitely not spend our time or money developing a plan for a tourist train to Davenport. And lastly, I'll just remind the community 10 years ago when Iowa Pacific had the trains going through Westside, it was shut down real quick because of the noise. I don't think Supervisor Cummings lived in the area, so maybe he doesn't remember. But there was huge backlash. Thank you.
Call-in user 365, your microphone is now available.
We do want to prioritize projects, and this one sounds very problematic with all that the county is dealing with it. I want to prioritize saving trees and having a healthy environment. I notice with a lot of these rail trail projects or RTC projects, and you're questioning who the lead agency is here, enormous numbers of trees they're murdered. And right along Highway 1, I live in Aptos, plans to take out these gorgeous redwood trees between State Park and Freedom Boulevard. Also, with the cement plant and the residual toxic problems from chromium-6 and who knows what herbicides are spraying, this project sounds not viable to do at this time. And we talk about funding, rare funding opportunity. What's happening with this administration, I find that questionable. We would have more funding if we abolished ICE and impeached this president and rescinded the funds that have been stolen from the public. So personally, I wouldn't vote for this. Thank you.
I see no further speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I will now return to the board for discussion and a motion. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to remind us, too, because there were some inaccurate comments that were made during public comment. Just want to highlight the fact that what we're asking for today, one, again, is to have a conversation. I think that county staff has acknowledged that these initial conversations are something within their capacity, and if we need to move forward with next steps, whether it's an application or what have you, we're more than happy to bring something back to the board for board approval. Again, we do acknowledge that there may be some costs, and again, my office has been considering that with respect to our Measure Q funds, our Measure K funds, and we've consistently set those funds aside to help offset any costs to the general fund or any of the departments when it's come to these types of projects. So I do want to thank CDI staff for being available and for working with us on these project improvements in our district. But again, to the comments that were made, we are not competing with Measure D funds with South County. That's not what we're asking for today. We have a very unique opportunity that came to our attention a couple months ago that in 2027, this FLAP grant opportunity is going to open up. And again, to BLM's point, it's a very unique opportunity. None of us really saw it coming. This wasn't something I was planning on us applying for, but given the opportunity to apply for these funds, I think to BLM's comments, the fact that we were successful at getting a grant in the past, they will then want to invest more in our community. This is an opportunity for us to bring millions of dollars into the community. And to be quite frank, I mean, this allows us to not be competing with South County or the other segments of the rail trail because we're going to be bringing in outside money to finish the segments in our district. So more of the money that's here locally can go towards the projects in South County and not be competing with our district. So we see that as being supportive of the South County projects. And again, we've been very much supportive of trying to get those projects moving. And so I'm committed to bringing, something back if the board wants an update. If we're going to move into steps of applying for funds and there needs to be funds allocated to CDI. Again, I'm happy to bring items back for the board's consideration, but I think that this is an opportunity for us to move forward with a conversation. So I'm going to move the recommended actions.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Well, I would just want to say some comments before that. I just want to kind of repeat what Justin said, that this is not an RTC or Measure D funded project. It's a federal flat grant meant for federal lands projects. South County, unfortunately, doesn't have any federal grants like Katani. So there is no competition for these funds, and it does move the project forward, RTC project forward, without Measure D or RTC funds. So yeah, I just wanted to point out those inaccuracies again. But I really fully support Supervisor DeSerpa's sentiment about projects in South County. And I think especially Walker to Lee Road, segment 18 at some point, it'd be good to work together on that. But, given that it's an opportunity for kind of sourcing different funds for this project, it is unique. And I think if it was described by our CDI director that if it's, the initial work, the meetings, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but planning and scoping would be, you'd be able to, carry that, then I would second it.
So we have a motion on the floor from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Further discussion. Supervisor Koenig.
Yeah, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment that I think speaks to what's generally out there, suggested that this will be a relatively low burden on staff. And so in any case, the additional direction I'd like to offer is that this would limit total county staff time to 24 hours and asking for a report back before preparing or submitting any grant proposal.
Sure.
So we have a friendly amendment that's been adopted by and approved by the motion maker and the seconder. Further discussion. I have a question. When do you imagine would be an appropriate report back time?
I'm not quite sure. I mean, we'd have to start, coordinating meetings. I'd have to look back to the application timeline, but the fall would probably be a good time. I think, we can probably come back by no later than the second meeting in October for an update, if that works. I mean, July, but a lot of us are going to be gone. So really starting these conversations probably in August is likely when we'll be able to schedule these initial meetings, if not maybe a meeting in June. But yeah, I'm happy to come back by no later than second meeting in October, which allows us to then come back sooner if necessary.
Thank you. Further discussion.
I just wanted to see if staff thinks that timeline is good. Okay.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
I'm going to reiterate my serious concern about staff time. My office also in District 2, because of our very large infrastructure needs in our roads, culverts, et cetera, put I think a tremendous burden on our Public Works Department. I know it is my biggest complaint over and over and over and over. And the only thing I can offer, because I can't offer, my roads to be repaved, what I can offer is my presence to go out and meet with people, sometimes with Steve Wiesner, to make them feel like we hear them and we understand the concern, and that we'll get to it when we can. He can't come to all of those, so sometimes it's myself and my staff that go out. It's very, very difficult to sit here and know that energy from these departments is now going to be shifted again to the North Coast, where they've already gotten enormous amounts of money to build out infrastructure there. We have huge infrastructure needs, not just in our roadways, but also on our trail segments that have yet to be built out. We've got huge issues, in particular in La Selva Beach and south. So while I completely understand that maybe this is, not maybe, but that this is an opportunity to bring extra money in. I just don't understand how, like, something has got to give. So I would like at this time to hear from our CEO about whether she thinks this is a good idea, if we can manage this. And I feel like I almost need my own representative from CDI to, because if Supervisor Martinez is giving you guys as much work as I'm giving you, I'm not sure how it's all being managed. It's just tremendous asks all the time. So,
Yeah,
Nicole.
Supervisor DeSerpa. So I think if the meetings are spaced out appropriately and there's time for Director Machado and Assistant Director Wiesner to prioritize other work as well, then it wouldn't be so much of a burden. It sounds like there'll be a cap on staff time and that the department or staff would report back along with the 3rd district as to where this is headed. So it sounds like there are enough kind of bumpers around what this looks like to provide some additional direction and next steps to the board where the department could balance this with other demands.
Okay, thank you very much.
Further discussion from the board before I ask for a roll call. I'll just add, it's a lovely project. Like we would all love, trails and trains and infrastructure and economic development. All of that is wonderful. I share a lot of the concerns that I think you've heard today in the context of the priorities before our county and the challenges before our county. I wish you were coming to us in a better year at a better time. I feel like the timing is really unfortunate for such a lovely project. That said, I appreciate the guardrails of the friendly amendment, but I hope that you're hearing a real reluctance to task our department with taking the lead or investing time and energy on another North Coast project, given the trade-offs that we're needing to face.
Well, I appreciate the sentiment and the concern from board members, but let me also just say that part of applying for this grant is the fact that if we bring in this money to focus on these projects, that's less competition amongst our offices in terms of funding for the other projects that we want in our districts, right? I mean, if we were to have to use Measure D funds or general funds, that would be obviously something that people would be very concerned with. But I think to one of the points that was brought up earlier is that this is, if we can get this funding into the community, we're going to be able to move a project forward with outside resources, with outside oversight. There'll be some engagement with staff. We will explore, as I mentioned before, using some of our funds to hire a consultant. That's something that we can discuss with other agencies. If we're able to partner with other agencies, there's a potential for us to leverage funding across agencies potentially. So this is really being seen as a way for us to get a project completed with reducing the amount of money that's going to have to come out of the county. And the less money that comes out of the county for my district means more money that's going to likely go into projects in your districts, because we're not going to be in competition with those funds anymore. So, I mean, I hear everything that's being said, and I think that we will be working with staff to try to minimize the amount of cost this is going to be on the county, but really being able to leverage, and I want to thank the voters for Measure Q and Measure K, because it's those funds that we're going to be able to leverage to bring in millions of dollars into the community that would otherwise be lost. And I get the timing is bad in terms of, you know, the way that we're being impacted by the federal government, but this is a very unique federal funding opportunity that, you know, unfortunately is just available for my district. I wish it was available for all the other districts, because I'd be supporting you all if you can bring in millions of dollars in federal funding. But I hear what's being said, and we're going to try to figure out how to be most efficient in this process to be able to bring in this money that we think that we can all collectively get to support our projects that will help support the North Coast.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Aye.
Koenig.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
And Martinez.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We are now going to move on to a scheduled item, which is item number 12. The Board of Supervisors shall recess in order to permit the Board of Directors of the Santa Cruz County Flood Control and Water Conservation District Zone 5 to convene and carry out a regularly scheduled meeting.
Thank you, Chair Martinez. I will now call to order the regular meeting of the County of Santa Cruz Flood Control and Water Conservation District, Zone 5. Can we start with a roll call?
Certainly, Chair. Director Cummings. Oh, no, okay. Director Martinez.
Present.
DeSerpa.
Present.
Balboni. Jaff. Brown. Clark. Hernandez and Cummings. I do not believe we have quorum.
All right, since we do not have a quorum, we'll take a 5-minute recess of the Flood Control and Water Conservation District.
Thank you.
And return at 11:41. All right, it is 11:41, and we will reconvene the regular meeting of the Zone 5 Flood Control District. Can we have a roll call?
Certainly, Chair. Director Cummings.
Here.
Hernandez.
Here.
Martinez.
Present.
DeSerpa.
Present.
And Koenig.
Here.
With Directors Jaff, Balboni, and Brown absent. You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any additions or deletions to consent and regular agendas?
No.
All right, any oral communications for the Zone 5 Flood Control District? Seeing no one here in chambers, is there anyone online?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Okay, then we'll move to item 4, action on the consent agenda. Does any director have questions or comments on the consent agenda? Any public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing no one here in chambers, is there anyone online?
No one online, Chair.
All right, I'll return it to the board for action.
I'll move approval of our consent agenda.
Second.
Moved by DeSerpa, seconded by Martinez. Any further discussion? Can we take a voice vote on this since we're all present in the room?
Either way.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes unanimously by those present. Proceed with our regular agenda, which is to consider approval of the proposed fiscal year 26-27 Zone 5 Flood Control and Water Conservation District operations and expansion construction budgets.
All right. Thank you, Chair and Directors. My name is Rodney Trujillo. I'm the Senior Civil Engineer for the Flood Control and Water Conservation District Zone 5. The item before you is a proposed budget. Staff customarily provides the Zone 5 operations and expansion construction budgets to your board for consideration and action prior to the County of Santa Cruz budget hearings. And the final budget will be part of the considerations at the County Board of Supervisors budget meetings in June. So what is Zone 5? Zone 5 was established in 1969 for a limited scope of stormwater conveyance improvements. The zone boundaries are shown on the map on the right and are also available on the county website. Zone 5 includes the city of Capitola on the east with its westerly boundary at the edge of the city of Santa Cruz. The funding sources include revenue from a portion of property taxes, impervious area fees, permit processing fees, and interest on the district's fund balance. So what does Zone 5 do? Through the implementation of projects and programs, Zone 5 helps protect valuable water resources, performs routine and emergency operations and maintenance services, and constructs capital improvements, including the repair and replacement of aged and capacity-constrained stormwater infrastructure. Let's talk about revenues and expenditures. The revenue sources included in this year's proposed budget total approximately $1.49 million, and the expenditures budgeted total approximately $5.7 million. The difference between the budgeted expenditures and revenues is covered by a starting fund balance of approximately $4.2 million that is mainly comprised of rollover funds reserved for capital projects that we will discuss on the next slide. This table shows an update of the capital projects we presented to your board last year. Hopefully those look familiar. And I'd like to start with some good news. At the top of the table, we have the culvert repairs through two mobile home parks project, also known as the Castle Mobile Estates Storm Drain Rehabilitation Project. This project has an awarded construction contract and is scheduled to start construction near the end of this month. And some more good news at the bottom of the table, the Leona Creek culvert lining project. I'm excited to share that we have secured $560,000 of CDBG disaster recovery funds to construct the project. Construction is anticipated to start in the spring or summer of 2027. And the two remaining projects at the center of the table, the Portola downstream of 38th and the Portola 30th projects were both identified in the Stormwater Master Plan as high priority projects. These projects are partially funded, but are not currently fully funded. So Zone 5 is working to identify opportunities for match funding. And that brings us to our emerging issues. Probably doesn't come as a surprise to the board that Zone 5 has aging infrastructure and insufficient revenue for replacement needs. This is exacerbated by the rising cost of replacements, effects of inflation, and more frequent and intense storms. Additionally, the State Water Quality Control Board has an updated stormwater permit that is expected to be released in the next year or so. We are tracking the proposed permit changes and are expecting some expanding regulatory requirements as part of that new permit. And in response to these emerging issues, a stormwater master plan was prepared. The master plan findings estimate an annual shortfall of approximately $4 million for increased permit requirements for the ongoing maintenance needs and needed capacity upgrades. And an update on that is over the next few months, we are initiating stakeholder outreach to gauge community support for the establishment of a reliable revenue source. for these ongoing needs, after which we will evaluate options with the CEO's office. And this brings me to the recommended action today. The recommended action today before you is to consider approval of the proposed 2026-2027 Zone 5 and Zone 5 expansion construction budgets. And this concludes my presentation unless there's questions or comments by the board.
Thank you, Mr. Trujillo. Questions or comments from board members? All right, seeing none. Glad to hear we got that CDBGR money for Leona Creek. Hopefully we'll make it through another winter here. Super El Nino. That would, it should be fun, yeah. All right, are there any comments from members of the public? Seeing none here in chambers, anyone online?
I see no one with their hands raised online.
All right, I'll return it to the board for action.
I'll move approval.
Second.
All right, it's moved by Director DeSerpa, seconded by Director Hernandez. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes unanimously by those present. And that brings us to the end of our flood control meeting. Meeting adjourned. I'll pass it back to you, Chair Martinez.
Thank you, Supervisor Koenig. I will now return to the regular board and we will be holding item number 10, hold a public hearing to consider a resolution confirming fiscal year 2026-27 benefit assessment rates and service charge reports proposed for County Service Area 53, CSA 53 North, CSA 53 South, and countywide mosquito and vector control and take related actions. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, board. Here to address you on this item today is Manager Amanda Paulson.
Good morning. I am Amanda Paulson, the Assistant Manager for the Mosquito and Vector Control Division of the Agricultural Commissioner's Office. The County Service Area CSA 53 was established in 1993 and then expanded in 2004 and 2005 for South and North County respectively to provide mosquito control and public health services to Santa Cruz County. These services are funded by benefit assessments. Last November, Santa Cruz County property owners passed a fourth countywide benefit assessment, which has already been approved for the 26-27 property tax assessment roll. On April 28th, 2026, the board set today, May 19th, as the public hearing date on the proposed benefit assessment rate reports that will provide operational funding for mosquito and vector control for the 26-27 fiscal year. The CSA rates presented have previously been approved by the board and are outlined in the rates attachment and either remain at the same level as in 25-26 or have rates and a consumer price index increase of 1.5% as approved in previous elections. These rates have been posted in the local newspaper and made available to the public at the clerk of the board and Mosquito and Vector Control's website prior to today's hearing. If approved, rate reports will be forwarded to the auditor controller by August 10th to be included in the 26-27 property tax assessment roll. We recommend the board open the public hearing to hear objections or protests to the proposed assessment rate reports. Then please close the public hearing and consider adoption of the resolution confirming the benefit assessment rate reports for fiscal year 2026 to 2027. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. I will now open the public hearing. Is there any questions from the board? Seeing none, is there anyone in the public who'd like to speak on this item? No one in the room. Is there anyone on the phone?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now return to the board for a motion and discussion.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Hernandez, a second from Supervisor Koenig. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Supervisor Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
We will now move on to item number 11. Consider adopting a resolution approving the Santa Cruz County Safety Action Plan. We have a presentation from CDI, Public Works. Welcome.
Excellent. Glad we were able to get in before lunch.
I aim to please.
All right. Well, good morning, Chair Martinez, members of the board, CEO Coburn, and members of the public. My name is Steve Wiesner, Assistant Director of Public Works with Community Development and Infrastructure. Here with me today is Zachary Ramaligam, and he's with our consultant, Kimley Horn, who helped prepare the report that's before us today. Also in chambers today is Matt Machado, our director. And then we've got some representatives from our health service agency as well, Corinne Highland and Kelly Curlett. Also, I want to give a quick shout out to Russell Chen, who's not in chambers today. He recently retired, and Russell had much to do with the preparation of this report. He managed it for the county through most of the process. Our brief presentation today on the Santa Cruz County Safety Action Plan is the culmination of about a year and a half worth of work. The plan has been developed to improve road safety across the unincorporated county and in the cities of Scotts Valley and Watsonville. The plan identifies traffic safety improvements based on a review of crash data and input from staff, stakeholders, and the community. This project also aims to provide a foundation for decision-making framework so that the county and cities may identify, prioritize, and implement proven safety countermeasures from the toolbox that was created in the plan. The report is intended to serve as an ongoing resource for county and city staff as they identify and pursue funding through various programs to implement the identified safety improvements. Next slide, please. Oh, got it. Thank you. Oh, here we go. See it. Okay. It's not quite. Is there somewhere to point? Okay. Okay, now I advanced it too far. Can you go back? Let's see. There we go. Did I do this correct? Yeah. Okay, what we're going to cover today is a brief overview of the plan itself. We're going to talk about the public and stakeholder engagement that took place. Then we'll talk a little bit about the data and the analysis that took place in the plan as well. And then finally, some of the actions and strategies and the next steps. So this safety action plan as came to us via a grant through the Safe Streets for All program. It's a federal grant through the IIJA bill. It was great that we did it. The county led the process with the cities of Scotts Valley and Watsonville as partners. I will say that we did reach out to all the jurisdictions within our county, both the city of Santa Cruz, Capitola, also UCSC and Cabrillo colleges. You know, the idea is to get as many partners as you can on these plans. You score better, you're more likely to get funded. All of those agencies either had something similar in the works, like a local road, streets, and safety plan, or they had their sights on developing a plan by themselves. The focus of this plan is really on preventing and or reducing the occurrence of fatal and severe injury crashes by considering engineering improvements, education, enforcement, and emergency response. By completing this plan, the county will be eligible to apply for grants, so it should make us very competitive for implementation grants, but also education grants as well. And I will just say that we did lead, CDI Public Works led it, and we own the infrastructure, right? The design portion of all of our roadways lies within the responsibility of Public Works. But there's other key stakeholders that are involved in this plan, public health being one of them, also law enforcement being another one. So there's a fairly large task force that was developed with all our jurisdictional partners involved as we developed the plan. Okay, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Zachary, and then he's going to get into the meat of the plan.
Thank you, Steve. So this plan follows the Safe Systems approach. We have some information about that on the following slide. I can take a look. Okay. So the Safe Systems approach is recommended by state and federal road safety resources, and it considers safe roads, safe speeds, safe vehicles, safe road users, and post-crash care. The idea is that we should take a comprehensive approach to road safety by looping in partners, reviewing policies, and education, in addition to roadway engineering improvements. So on the following slide, consistent with that Safe Systems approach, we conducted community engagement. So we tabled at several events. It might be back one more. Yeah, so we tabled at several events, farmers markets in Live Oak and Felton. We also hosted a focus group meeting with community members from across the county, where they were invited to provide input in a more one-on-one setting. I'll also add that there's also public engagement that occurred in Scotts Valley and Watsonville as well. We had online public engagement as well, where we had a map where people could leave comments about safety concerns and also fill out a survey. We had a series of stakeholder meetings to provide updates on the plan and get feedback. This group included county engineering and public health staff, CHP, RTC, Santa Cruz Metro, education, UCSC, community advocates, and staff from local cities. And we really appreciate their partnership and the value that they added to this plan. The following slide just gives a highlight of some of the online engagement and some of the information we received from that. So we had really good engagement with the map. We had 891 comments. The top concerns reported to us through the survey were lacking bike infrastructure, aggressive driving, and poor pavement quality. And there was community support for protected bike lanes, traffic and speeding enforcement, and also completing missing sidewalks. Now, this project reviewed injury crash data from 2019 through 2023. This table presents the types of facilities that the crashes occurred on. The focus here was county facilities, not including highways. There's a separate plan being led that's considering crash data on the highways. So unsignalized intersections and roadway segments accounted for the majority of the fatal and severe injury crashes across the county, and naturally became the focus of the analysis and the improvements. So on the following slide, we have a map of those fatal and serious injury crashes which occurred between 2019 and 2023. We looked countywide at all the intersections and segments, so we had a pretty large data set here. We identified the following challenge areas based on crash types and driver behavior. So those were lane departures. These are crashes where a vehicle goes off the road. That accounted for 33% of fatal and severe injury crashes. Bicycle safety was also a challenge area. We identified roughly 23% of fatal and serious injury crashes. Aggressive and impaired driving, those are more behavioral. Impaired driving accounted for about 1/3 of fatal and severe injury crashes, so naturally that was a focus, as well as motorcycle safety. So on the following slide, we have a list of some of the case study locations that were identified, and that flowed from the crash data analysis and also the community engagement. These locations include a selection of different facility types from across the county with an emphasis on unsignalized intersections and roadway segments. Safety recommendations were developed for these locations, which can be applied at these locations, but also at similar facilities across the county. We started with these locations because they either experienced more crashes or more severe crashes. Some of these locations were adjacent to schools or were highlighted through community outreach. In many of these cases, all of the above. We have a couple of examples here. These are improvements that were developed at a few locations. So this is an example of intersection improvements at Capitola Road and 17th Avenue. There was a history of bicycle collisions here. So we have some recommendations to improve bicycle safety. That includes green bike lane treatments and a bike box, an improved high visibility school zone crosswalk at the intersection as it's adjacent to Live Oak Elementary School, ADA curb ramps, and a leading pedestrian interval, which is a signal timing update that allows pedestrians to get established in the crosswalk before vehicles start moving. And also being cognizant of vehicle safety, we had a recommendation for retroreflective backplates on the signal heads that can be useful for addressing impaired driving crashes, but also if the power goes out at the signal, then you have those reflective tape around the signal heads to really get the driver's attention and confirm, yes, you are supposed to stop even if the power is out. On the following slide, we have an example of improvements on a roadway segment. This is Empire Grade Road north of Heller Drive. We had a history of lane departure crashes here, so we had some countermeasures to address that. High friction surface treatment to help vehicles grip the road a little bit better. We have recommendations for chevrons around some of these curves, and also a center line rumble strip to really notify drivers if they are straying from their lane, they'll get that tactile feedback. And also, this is a popular biking route, so we had recommendations for a bike pullout area along some of these curves. So these recommendations can be found in our countermeasure toolbox in the report. So these are proven safety countermeasures that have statistics behind them to show that these improvements actually can reduce crashes. And this is just a sample of the treatments focused here on bicycles or lane departures, intersection safety. The toolbox in the report is quite lengthier, and the county can refer to that as a resource moving forward for developing improvements at the locations identified in the plan or new locations.
Great, thank you, Zachary. Okay, so what you really have before you is a recommendation to adopt a resolution approving the Santa Cruz County Safety Action Plan. I'll note that the next steps are really applying for grants to improve our roadways, and that's really what we want to go after. This is really going to bolster our ability to compete well for grants for these safety improvements around intersections in the roadway segments that are identified in the plan. I also do want to, again, emphasize that there's other partners that we'll be working with. We did form a task force as part of this plan, you know, with our law enforcement partners, our local jurisdictional partners, and our health partners. And what we'll continue to do is monitor our progress on this. And I think just with any good plan, we would look to update this plan in about the next 5 years to see how well we did with our implementations, to see what identify any other future needs we might have. And before I take questions from the board, I think I want to give our health services agency folks a chance to make any comments if they wanted to before we take questions, or we can wait for questions. What do you think? Okay, well, we can wait for a public comment. I'll go ahead and we'll go ahead and end our presentation then, and we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. I'll now return to the board for questions, starting with Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Director Wiesner, and to our consultants for putting together this fantastic report. I mean, it really, if it's not road quality, it's road safety is the most often thing that I'm hearing about. People suggesting specific safety improvements, particularly throughout the urban area, but also certainly in the mountains as well. And so what really struck me about this report is we know where the conflict areas are. We have actually like a pretty deep toolbox of countermeasures, and it's sort of just a matter of consistently funding and implementing these improvements. And if we do that hundreds, if not thousands of times throughout our system, then we will have a safer system. Because, I mean, let's also be clear, we have a really unsafe system right now. I mean, what are we, second in the state for the most crashes involving alcohol, the most crashes involving bicycles, most crashes involving young bicyclists, people younger than 15 years old. I mean, this is bad, right? And of course, we saw this in our, I can't remember the exact name of it, but basically like morbidity report for the county that said traffic accidents were the second leading cause of years of life lost. So we have work to do here. The question in all that is, I mean, now that we have this report, we can go after grants. How much funding is available with those grants? Does it require a local match? I mean, you know, how much of this work do we think that could actually be paid for with some of these grant sources? I mean, how likely are we to win those grants?
Yeah, well, there are quite a bit, good question, and there's quite a bit of opportunities out there specifically within this next year. The Safe Streets for All program actually does have grant applications open right now, and we'd definitely like to submit something, one or two of the high priority projects that we have identified in the plan. That's a pretty fast turnaround. We've been working on that grant application, and we're working with the CEO's office to make that possible. There is a 20% match required. So, for every $1 million we go after, we're going to have to find $200,000 of our own local money to implement those grants. There's also a Highway Safety Improvement Program, grant program, that is administered through the state, but it's federal funds. Some don't need quite as much match. Some there are actually just set aside funding, so we'll definitely go after those for sure. There are components of that grant program where you do need to provide a local match as well. So again, we'll be working with both internally with our own funding sources and the CEO's office to see if we can go after those grants. And then finally, there's the active transportation program through the state, which we've been pretty competitive in the past. And we're certainly going to try again this year to go after some funding there, but there is a local match requirement on that. It's anywhere from 20% as well.
Do we have any of those matching funds currently within CDI's budget?
We do not.
Okay. Yeah. If we were to go for, in your mind, the highest priority projects, do you have a sense of how much the local match portions of those applications would be?
Zachary and I have been working actually specifically on the Safe Streets for All grants for some of the high priority segments and intersections. And to really put forth a meaningful grant application, we're trying to go for a multi-million-dollar grant. We've identified corridors that need up to $10 to $15 million worth of work, but we've segmented them out in phases so that they could be maybe more affordable into, say, like $2 million chunks. Mm-hmm. So, I would say somewhere between $200,000 and $400,000 would be a meaningful local match at this point.
For each of those projects,
yes.
Right? And some of which would those be? I think Mount Herman Road looked particularly dangerous. Is
yep, Empire Grade is a corridor we'd be looking at as well. And there's some intersections down in South County that we're looking at as well.
Okay. Also, just on the list of projects, one or two jumped out as far as the CB is cost benefit, right? Yep. Ratio. There was one on Portola with a cost benefit ratio of 1,577. Or benefit to cost ratio. That's pretty darn good. Install advanced stop bars on all approaches for Portola Drive and 41st unsignalized intersection. Is that something that we're planning on doing like tomorrow?
Yeah, so each of these improvements has a specific benefit cost ratio, and then you combine the total improvements and your final BC might be a little bit lower than that. But I think a lot of these improvements that are identified in the plan, especially for the HSIP program, which is totally benefit cost ratio driven and has a lower match, this could be a good priority for that grant application cycle.
Okay. Also, if automated red light cameras can be covered by the cost of income from citations, why don't we do a lot more of them? Automated red light ticketing systems. Claire's and 41st. I think it's the only one I can think of in our county.
It's interesting. So speaks to our partnerships, right? That's definitely a question for law enforcement. I think there's privacy issues around that. I think there's, community sensitivity issues around that. So I think that's, probably a good question for our task force and for the traffic law folks to weigh in on.
Is that who would lead the sort of suggestion for a project at any particular intersection rather than CDI?
I don't think this plan identified where we're seeing a lot of people running reds, did it?
It didn't.
Yeah, this plan didn't really identify that. I think that would be a question for law enforcement to see where the hot spots are as far as that goes. This is really about serious injuries and deaths around our roadways.
All right, thanks. That's all my questions.
Yeah.
Thank you. Further questions from the board? Supervisor Hernandez?
Could you bring up the one with the roads, the list of the roads, hotspots?
So these were our case study locations, which did show an increase in injuries and deaths around these roads,
So there is like a partnership with the cities, and with some of these projects I'm looking at, some of them are in the city limits. And I'm wondering, there's some roads that are on the list to get
resurfaced, and I'm wondering if it'd be cheaper if we do an ATP grant before we resurface it and then apply for ATP grants. I'm referring to Casterly Road, a lot of cyclists out there. When I was really younger, I used to ride my bike down that road as well. But I was just wondering about that road. Would it be, but it's not up there as like one of the priorities, but it is going to be resurfaced. Is it cheaper if we apply for these ATP grants for that road prior to it being resurfaced? Or is it the same?
Well, we really want to identify what the actual problem is out there, if it's causing serious injury, deaths, and I don't know if that road segment was one that scored high in that area. You're right, it is programmed to be resurfaced as part of the Measure D plan. And depending upon what the application was, as far as a safety project is concerned, yeah, we would definitely look to combine projects or make sure that we're not doing one, in front of the other. That didn't make sense, so yeah.
Supervisor Cummings?
I'm just looking at the report. Starting on page 64, there's a table with a number of different projects. I'm just curious if these are listed in rank order in terms of importance, or is this just a list of the different projects? I'm just trying to better understand, in terms of when we're applying for grants, how the grant applications are going to be prioritized.
Yeah, we listed the improvements for Santa Cruz County first. The order doesn't necessarily indicate priority, but I think the county has a lot of freedom in how I'd like to move forward with these projects. The projects with the higher benefit cost ratio would be more competitive. So that's a helpful resource to consider.
And then I guess for some of these projects, I mean, the amount seems kind of small, and so I'm just wondering, like where the funding, I mean, and obviously this is going to allow you to apply for some grants, but I'm just curious, because it seems like some of these, and maybe even within our district offices, maybe we could provide funding to pay for these projects if they're a priority, or there's other funding available. So I'm just wondering, what's the funding situation look like across these different projects?
Well, right, so we do have some existing funding for some of the, say, just simple stuff, like some of the, shorter term work, like whether it's striping or signage, but, just at singular locations. But if we start looking at doing wholesale improvements to intersections, like one of the recommendations is to put this retroreflective backing on all of our signal heads. That's something we develop a priority for that. We would probably do it to every single signalized intersection we have. We wouldn't probably just do that to one or two, right? So that'd be a program we want to develop and find funding to apply to the entire county system, right? So we just need to kind of look at each one. Now that we've got the information, there's a lot more comprehensive of a list, actually. If you look at in Appendix D, what's great about Appendix D is it lists every single intersection that was looked at and every road segment that was looked at and gives some really good data on that. There's recommendations in the toolbox for stuff that we've had requests for, like radar feedback signs, for instance. And they can be effective at certain locations. We know that as soon as we start putting those out there, that folks are just going to ask for them. And so we want to make sure that we've developed good criteria on where it's appropriate to put them, right? Where they're going to be most effective. And so in the coming months, that's what our department's going to use this report is to distill the data down to create basically policy around where some of these applications might be implemented. So that's work that's going to be done in the coming months. I suspect we have a design criteria update coming to the board in the fall, and you might see some of those changes implemented into the design criteria, whether that's new road bump types or flashing, stop signs, these types of things. And we want to develop, criteria and a policy around where those items should go. So we're not just buckshotting the entire county with these types of things. So the funding, matching the funding up with the actual application, some of it we can absorb internally, like the smaller expense projects, but the larger projects that we're getting into the hundreds of thousands or multi-million dollars, we're going to need to seek grants for that.
Any further questions from others? Supervisor DeSerpa?
Recently, well, thank you, first of all, for this comprehensive report. I mean, I believe all of us up here are concerned about some of the unfortunate statistics that we see here. Especially, I'm concerned about, we're the second highest in the state for alcohol-related fatalities, and that was actually a surprise to me. And so I do wonder about public health. Like, do we have a campaign planned to help with that? Like a public campaign that we could roll out
Actually,
in
yeah.
regard?
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm Corinne Highland, and I'm a health services manager with Santa Cruz County Public Health, and I oversee our Healthy Communities branch, which includes our substance use disorder prevention unit. And within our unit, we have an impaired driving program. And you may recall, I'm also the public health PIO. We released a press release about our Office of Traffic Safety grants that include impaired driving, where we work to, we work on preventing DUIs through education, outreach, working with our alcohol merchants, with the Responsible Alcohol Merchant Award Program. So yes, that is a program that we currently have within public health. And we have applied for next year funding as well.
That's great, because we need to do something, yeah, at higher level. The other thing that I was concerned about is the number of crashes on, Corinne, come back. A number of crashes for children on bikes under the age of 15.
Yes.
And so I've been following Marin County put a pilot program into place to sort of regulate e-bikes, et cetera. But I'll be up in Sacramento tomorrow, so I'll check back in on it. We were sort of holding on our own ordinance on that until we had permission from the state to move forward. But I'm curious, do you know anything about what other counties are doing regarding this issue? Because it's a big
Yeah, I think
problem.
e-bikes is on everybody's mind, right? And so there's several things that are happening. Our Community Traffic Safety Coalition has an e-bike safety subcommittee that meets quarterly, might meet more often. And there's several things that we're looking at. You know, we're trying to get good data. And actually, one of our epidemiologists in public health did do a parent survey around e-bikes to try to figure out, do their children have e-bikes? Have they been in e-bike crashes? What's the severity? And so that was done last year, Kelly, I think? Yeah. So we're trying to get good data. Part of the issue is we don't have a way to, in documenting law enforcement to say whether their e-bike data, our SWITRS data, our statewide integrated traffic safety system data doesn't denote e-bike crashes at the moment. So we're working on that aspect. We are looking at local, things to do locally within our schools, e-bike safety contracts with parents. It's the city of Santa Cruz is actually doing quite a few things around these efforts, and we are working together through our Community Traffic Safety Coalition to extend that to the greater county.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is around the map that you showed with all the fatalities. And I was surprised. It seems like they're fairly dispersed countywide. However, so if you were going to start with improvements in certain areas, is that the list that you already have provided to us in terms of like because on Freedom Boulevard, but I thought I saw multiple problems up in the 5th District.
Well, so that's why I pointed you out to, excuse me, Appendix D, because it really does go through, and you can see through the data that something like 68% of all of our serious injuries and deaths are happening around intersections. So we really want to focus in on intersections, specifically unsignalized intersections. But it's true that 32% of some of our serious injuries and deaths are happening on roadway segments too. And so the list, what's great about the list is it gives a lot of data And it kind of leads us to where we should be focusing our efforts, at least to begin with. And I think it's going to be the intersection of where affordable projects coincide with where we're having a lot of problems. And that's what we want to go after first, right? The low-hanging fruit, right? Because there could be improvements that are going to be very, very costly in problematic areas, but I think we ought to really focus in on what we can do now. But yeah, we're going to use this data and this list to really drive where we go. I think it is interesting to see that it is fairly countywide. We have this problem countywide, not just in the urban areas, but in the rural areas as well.
So when you talk about unsignalized areas, I mean, is there a simple fix to that, pending, money to put in a signal, like just adding a four-way stop, for example, or adding extra stop signs?
Well, every intersection's a little different, and so it's really hard for me to just give you a buckshot approach. But I think signalizing an unsignalized intersection does improve safety quite a bit, and we are looking at areas of the county where we know that we've got traffic volumes that are high enough to warrant signals, and so we'll start programming those projects into the CIP. Dealing with the unsignalized intersections that maybe will never get signals, that'll be a little more challenging. Stop signs aren't necessarily a safety treatment. I don't know, Zachary, do you want to speak to that a little bit? I know that's folks think putting stop signs in makes things safer. That isn't necessarily true.
Yeah, I mean, from the traffic engineering side, we know that you have to meet a certain warrant in order to have an all-way stop control at an intersection. I think where we would like to start is if we are trying to make widespread improvements at intersections that don't have a traffic signal but are already side street stop control or all-way stop control, simply refreshing the pavement markings and installing larger retroreflective signage that really catches the driver's eye even from a distance. And you see some intersections too where they put the reflective strip on the post to just really make sure that these stop signs are visible. And then cutting back foliage and things that could be restricting sight lines. Those are a good place to start and can really help improve driver compliance at some of these stop signs, especially for the broadsides, those types of conflicts that we tend to see there.
Okay, I'm almost done. And then stripping, I don't know how you actually say it, but do we have that on Freedom Boulevard?
We don't. We haven't employed those as a county standard really anywhere. We've done selective throughout the county in the lanes where we've seen lane departure problems. That said, it's something definitely I want to look at through our pavement management program where we can install some rumble strips. I mean, you see Caltrans doing this to their roadways, both the center lines and to their sidelines where appropriate. And I think it definitely will help, those run off the road types of accidents or head-on collisions on rural road.
Yeah. I met a gentleman at the Victims of Crime Vigil recently, who I had never met before. He's a District 2 constituent, and he and his wife had one daughter, and she had attended the University of Hawaii and was home during COVID and was bored, and so took a job with Davy Tree as an arborist, actually, and she was out on the side of Freedom Boulevard, and a car that was not paying close attention and going too fast hit her and killed her. So you can imagine, the anguish of the parents, and I was very grateful to meet him and hear the story about his daughter, Stephanie. So yeah, in full support of whatever we can do to make that particular corridor safer and others around the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions from the board, is there anyone in the public who would like to speak on this item? Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Curlett, and I'm a Health Services Agency staff member speaking on behalf of the Community Traffic Safety Coalition, or CTSC. Our coalition is pleased to express our strong support for the Santa Cruz County Safety Action Plan. We know traffic safety is a significant issue in our community. Too many people are seriously injured or killed on our roadways each year, with pedestrians and bicyclists disproportionately impacted. This plan is an important step toward addressing those issues through tangible, data-driven safety improvements. The plan uses both crash data and community input to identify the highest risk corridors, intersections, and behaviors contributing to severe crashes. It prioritizes safer roadway design, safer speed, education, and equitable safety improvements for everyone who uses our transportation system, including children, older adults, pedestrians, bicyclists, transit users, and drivers. We would also like to acknowledge the extensive outreach and collaboration that went into the plan's development. Community members consistently raised concerns about speeding, unsafe crossings, missing sidewalks, and inadequate bicycle infrastructure. And the final recommendations directly respond to many of those concerns. We thank all the agencies, organizations, and community members who contributed to this effort. CTSC looks forward to supporting implementation of the plan through continued coordination, outreach, and education. We respectfully urge the board to approve the Santa Cruz County Safety Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments in the room? Seeing none, is there anyone on the phone?
I see no one online, Chair.
Thank you. I will return to the board for a motion and discussion. Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the recommended actions with the additional direction that CDI return during budget hearings with a specific request for the matching funds required for Safe Streets for All grants and other priority road safety projects, which the board could consider funding.
A second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Koenig and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Further discussion. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I just want to express my appreciation for all the work that y'all are doing to make our streets safer and putting us in a position where we can secure potentially grant funds that'll help us move these projects forward. And, you know, I'm thinking about this in the context of the last conversation that we had regarding Cement Plant Road, because there's a ton of need throughout the community in terms of road improvements. And to the extent that we can position ourselves so that we can bring in outside funding to help pay for these projects, you know, the more that we're going to be able to do with the little resources that we have. And so just really want to express, you know, accomplishing this plan and look forward to seeing how we can leverage our local dollars to secure and bring in some more of these funds from the state and other funding sources. So thank you.
Further discussion? I have a question about the additional direction. There are many potential projects within this plan. Can you be more specific about what you're hoping? I know the budget proposal for CDI has already been published, so be more specific about what it is you're hoping to see.
Yeah, sure. So what I heard from Assistant Director Wiesner was that the budget proposal for CDI did not include the matching funds needed for the Safe Streets for All grants would hope to apply for in the near term. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Matt Machado, CDI Director. Just to chime in on that, that's correct. And I think what I heard you ask is that, I mean, because if we're able to submit for a grant, it takes many months to hear back. And it could be almost, 6 months or longer before we would really need to discuss the local match. So maybe we could provide some alternatives of which projects we would propose to put holds on so that we could fund this future grant if we receive it. So I think what I would recommend, and I think it's in alignment with what you're asking, is that we would tell you which areas of our proposed budget that we would recommend altering. Maybe it's at mid-year, or maybe the grant doesn't even come about, or maybe it's a whole year later. The timing is a little bit unknown. But what we would recommend is what we would deprioritize so that we could prioritize this potential safety grant. Is that what you were looking for?
However you guys want to structure it. I mean, also, obviously, there's the grant applications that might be needed 6 months, 9 months, yeah, maybe a little bit farther out, but still potentially within the next fiscal year.
Right.
Right, have those matching funds. What would have to be cut, or, you know, we could, of course, always find another cut outside of the department in order to fund that program, right? And then in addition to the things that we're going for with the grant application, potentially there's some low-hanging fruit. I mean, you know, high crash intersection with relatively low-cost improvements that we could also potentially fund. And so we would like to know, well, what are those priority projects? I mean, we could probably have some sense looking at the list of, based on the dollar signs and the crash data, but maybe you could distill that list for us and to a specific ask.
Okay. I think that's great, and that's how we plan to move forward, is identify those systematic approaches that we can build into our existing, whether it's operations or other project budgets. From standing here today, I don't know if we want to complicate our proposed budget, because we're clearly moving forward with this opportunity as it is, and we will certainly bring back these ideas to your board as we digest them. With regard to the grant that Steve mentioned, I think it would be fair if we shared with your board during a proposed budget of our, you know, priorities. If we were to secure a grant, we would come back to the board and recommend a swap in our budget. You know, we would identify those projects that we would consider freezing so that we could fund the local match of a safety project, which safety is literally is our highest priority in the county. I mean, we're committed to that. So if that will meet your needs, we could do that. I would just don't want to overly complicate the proposed budget, but we certainly want to give you options and ideas for future board action and consideration if that's acceptable.
Again, however you want to structure it.
Okay.
But my big takeaway from this report is we have not, I mean, there's a long list of things that we could make investments in.
Sure.
Sooner or later, we have to choose to fund these. And now, are we doing that by default? Or, you know, help us understand where, you know, the next $100,000, $200,000, $500,000 of investments are needed. If it's something you can already do with the little gymnastics in your current budget, or that you need additional funding for to really start making progress on. It's a long list, that's all I'm saying. I mean, if we don't have awareness about it, if we don't allocate funds to it, we're never gonna get off of the, you know, second worst in the state for 15-year-olds and under dying on bikes.
Okay, I think we understand. We'll bring these ideas back as we crunch the reports and the numbers. Thank you.
Supervisor Koenig, my question is, how attached are you to having it come back during budget hearings, which is just in 3 weeks from now? Would it be, it's my understanding that we're approving this plan with the intent of them then having the deliverable that they need to then apply for future grants. So would it be reasonable to ask them to come back, say, in September with a plan to apply for grants and potential match funding, as opposed to adding it to the budget hearings?
I mean, I didn't hear that it would be an issue to come up with something to present in a few weeks, but if you think that it would, we could certainly hear it along with the final budget.
I think what I was suggesting was that not to change the proposed budget, but to indicate where in our proposed budget that we would recommend changes in the future once we secured the grant. That's what I was recommending.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And that's during budget hearings? That works for you?
Yeah, I believe that does. It's not changing our proposed budget, just indicating what the future recommendations could be.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. I'll just share my appreciation for the work is super enlightening. This, alongside the Rural Highway Safety Plan, really illustrates the full picture of our county and the needs that we have to ensure safe transportation corridors throughout the county. I do think what was most striking for me was the data around impaired driving and the high rates of deaths and accidents related to people under the influence in this county. I think that it's a public health issue. There's a lot of systemic issues that contribute to that I hope we can continue to have conversation around. And as we think about a health and all policy lens for future strategic planning and future budgeting, I think this is a great example of where decisions that we make around behavioral health and substance use treatment and a variety of other social and economic conditions may contribute to lack of safety on our streets for all people who use our streets and our roads. And so I don't want to miss out on the opportunity to draw that connection and hope that we're able to continue to have that dialogue in the future, because we have big systemic challenges that are exposed through this roads report. So with that, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Chair, before I call the roll, for the clarity of the record, would the maker of the amendment or the additional direction please restate the motion as currently understood?
Sure. So it's moving the recommended action with the additional direction that CDI return during budget hearings with a specific request or proposal for the matching funds required for Safe Streets for All grants and other priority road safety projects, which the board could consider funding additional funding if needed.
Thank you. Supervisor Cummings.
Oh, I have a question on that. I'm sorry, because I thought we were just, part of the conversation was coming back with something broad, but then I thought I'd heard mentioned specific funding recommendations are supposed to come back as part of the motion. So, I mean, I'm just a little confused because it seemed like we landed on something, but that direction sounds different from what was just discussed.
I mean, certainly what the CDI director just said was that he thinks he can make all those proposals within the existing budget. However, I mean, it's always possible that there was, if they say, oh, actually, if we had more budget, we could do X, Y, Z. It doesn't sound like he's going to do that, but I restated the motion exactly, or, as closely as possible to as originally stated.
Well, my thought was more broad, but this is rather more specific, so I would defer to the board. I think pursuing a grant is a great idea, of course, but it does take time to hear back. And so we certainly have time to identify our priorities within our budget. I don't think it makes, doesn't make a lot of sense to try to change the budget today for a grant that is really unknown at this point. And so if we could keep it broad and just say, well, here's the list of projects that we would consider unfunding to go after this grant in 6 or 9 months, or maybe it's 12 months out. That's what we would recommend. And it does feel like the added motion is more specific than what I'm recommending, but it's up to your board how you want to craft that motion. This is down into the details, so I'll defer to the board how they want to make that recommendation.
So I guess it's sounding like there's a desire, it sounds like from Supervisor Koenig, for us to better understand what projects could qualify, I guess, for potential grants in the future, and wanting to have more information about that. And getting into the details of which projects, I don't know if that's where we're necessarily wanting to go with this. So I'm trying to see if there's a pathway forward when we can have some information come back to the board, whether it's at budget hearings. It sounds like, applying for grants is something we want to see CDI do, and how that's achieved is something that maybe we can have some more information about it.
Yeah, I think I can add to that. Assistant Director Wiesner shared the idea of a phased approach with these high priority corridors. And he described how we will pursue them in phases because, they're large projects if you put them together. And he described that, each phase would be, maybe in that $1 to $2 million range. So that's a $200,000 to $400,000 local match in general. This is for the SS4A grant, because it's the one that's available soon. And so if we're talking about that first phase of a project that, we're trying to package up and work with the CO's office to be able to submit. Now, we don't have those local funds identified, but what we are willing to do is to amend our budget at mid-year or maybe, somewhere down the road to take out a project to put in a grant-funded project. That's what we're saying. And it's in that magnitude of $200,000 to $400,000 local match. We don't know yet, and we don't know if we'll get the grant. But with regard to the proposed budget, we can speak to that, but I would not recommend changing the proposed budget because there's too many unknowns for this grant. But just, so that's what the future would bring for us if we were successful with that grant. We would swap out other projects for that to find that local match. With the board concurrence, of course.
That comes back to the board, right?
Right, of course.
So I'm just wondering, since you mentioned specific Supervisor Koenig, I'm wondering if we can just bring back this topic for further conversation on how what the CDI's approach will be to us securing this grant funding moving forward. And if we can keep it broader conversation, maybe we can move forward today and then talk about this a little bit more at the budget. But I think to your point, getting into the specifics sounds like a little premature at this point.
It is.
Is that a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Okay. Hold on. One other question for Director Machado. I mean, are there any of these projects that have been outlined that are within the low-hanging fruit that we actually could accomplish with next year's budget as it stands?
I'll have to defer to Steve on that. Steve, are there some striping ideas that you were planning to implement into our road operations? Is there any of that within the plan, or do we not know that information yet?
There are some more modest projects that we haven't actually looked at it and lined it up, and the plan was really just recently completed. But there probably are some modest modifications that we can do to the system just within our existing budget. But when we start talking about large wholesale changes to both intersections and or corridors, they're multi-million-dollar projects, the big high priority ones, right? So we're just going to have to look to see where we can shoehorn, some of the projects that are more modest into our existing budget, and the ones that are larger.
I think we could bring back that list, those ideas, say in August or September, somewhere in that time frame. I think we'll have a better handle on what we can recommend to build into our existing budget or existing proposed budget. So I think we can do that this early fall if that would work for you.
I mean, I guess the issue I have with this is, first of all, our budget hearing is a chance for us to decide what to prioritize, or are they not? If we're saying, oh no, we already, I'm saying this seems like a problem. We know this is a problem for our county. What if we actually wanted to fund solutions for it? Could we see what that looks like? And if we just say, well, we're just going to keep doing what we've always done, we're going to keep having the problem we've always had. You're saying, I'm just trying to get a sense, what does an actual program where we start to work down these numbers look like? What does it take to commit? So that's all I was asking for.
Yeah. So I guess, if we want to speak to that idea, you'll see this in our budget presentation. Our priority, road operations, which is safety, and more safety. It's restriping, it's signage, it's fixing as many, defects with the road as possible. That's clearly tied to safety. So you'll see that as a high priority for us. I think you will also see bridges. Bridges are a high priority for us, and those tie directly to safety. A lot of those bridges have deficient railings and, sharp corners and geometric struggles, and so high priority for us. And so you'll see so many elements of our safety program built into our proposed budget. This is a new tool. This is a new plan. It's new data that we plan to implement, but the timing's not quite perfect for the proposed budget. But we will absolutely, if there's any low-hanging fruit in it that we can implement into the road operations budget, we will, and we can report back. The larger projects, as Steve mentioned, we need to pursue grants. And that doesn't mean it alters the proposed budget, not now, because the timing's not right. We're 6-9 months out before we can really understand if that grant's gonna come to fruition. But in terms of when are we gonna start, we've already started. The current budget has a lot of safety elements in it. This new proposed budget's gonna have a lot of safety, and we will highlight that to this entire board. And I think you'll see the value of what we're bringing to you. Maybe it doesn't tie perfectly to this new plan, but it will, as we go forward, this will be our playbook going forward for safety, for our safety program.
Supervisor Cummings.
Yeah, and you know, what I've seen in past board meetings, or sorry, budget hearings, is like you all will bring, you know, as part of your presentation, like what projects you're going to prioritize in the next year for our different districts. Is that correct?
Yes, well, we talk about different programs, whether it's Measure D or other safety, so this safety program is really not going to be district-specific. This is county-wide specific. We're really trying to take a focus at the county without looking at supervisory lines, because safety doesn't know supervisory lines. Many of our programs, we do work with each district to try to develop priorities, and that's mostly Measure D. And so maybe I missed a part of your question there, but that's.
I just think that, because in terms of just the time and trying to move things forward.
Right.
What I've experienced in the past is that during those budget hearings, there are opportunities for us to talk to you about projects in our districts and priorities in our district, and we learn about different projects that are happening, right? And so I think that, maybe what we can do today is we can move this forward with the understanding that it sounds like there's going to be future discussions about more granular detail in terms of what projects we prioritize in these studies, and the budget hearing is a good opportunity for us to revisit this conversation with the understanding that there's likely going to be, board direction to dive further into this and bring back recommendations in the fall. And so I'm just thinking in the essence of time, like if we can.
Right, sure. So, okay, fine. In the essence of time, I'll withdraw the motion that's on the floor and instead move the recommended actions with the additional direction that CDI return during budget hearings with an approach for how to provide matching funds required for Safe Streets for All grants if needed, and a description of what road safety projects will be funded within the existing budget.
Sounds good.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a new motion on the floor and a second from Supervisor DeSerpa. Any further discussion? Seeing none, did you get that, Madam Clerk?
Yes,
Great.
thank you, Chair.
All right, well, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Cummings?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Koenig?
Aye.
DeSerpa?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye, motion passes 5-0. So we do have a closed session. Is there anything reportable from closed session?
No.
Great. We also have a scheduled item at 1:30, so we will be returning at 1:30. Welcome back, everybody. Hope everyone had a nice lunch. We have nothing reportable from our closed session, and so we will now move on to our 1:30 scheduled item, which is to consider the proposed county strategic plan 2026 through 2032 and take related actions. So we're going to hear a presentation and have an opportunity for the board to ask some questions, and then we'll go out to public comment and return to the board for discussion and a motion. Thank you. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to you. Actually,
right,
turning it over to CEO Coburn. Hey.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chair Martinez and the Board of Supervisors. I just wanted to initially introduce my colleagues on the other side of the dais. Nicole Coburn, County CEO. Sven Stafford is Deputy CEO in my office and worked on spearheading the strategic planning process and working with the steering committee and engaging in the community. We have Bella Bonner, who was one of our community members on the steering committee, and then Sheriff Chris Clark, who was also a member of our steering committee and actively involved throughout the process. So I just want to also acknowledge at this time, we find ourselves at a really heavy moment when we're dealing with all kinds of impacts from changes at the federal level that have trickled down and impacted the state as well as counties in terms of particularly our safety net services. So having a strategic plan will help us as a county define where the things that are important in terms of really trying to prioritize various levels of effort and services. And I also want to highlight that having this new refreshed strategic plan for the next 6-year period is really a reflection of the county's commitment to our community, and hopefully it reflects what the community told us throughout the engagement process and highlights what was important to them. So next slide. So in terms of community input that helped build this proposed strategic plan, we had over 4,500 people at various stages provide input. That included through town halls in each supervisorial district. We had various interactions at community meetings. We had different inputs with staff and engagement. And so everyone, both community and staff, really helped shape what we're presenting today. This plan really reflects a shared commitment of the county to try to achieve a healthy, safe, and affordable community for everyone. And in a place that we're having so many different funding shifts and cost shifts and policy changes, and there's concerns within the community of certain residents, can they trust county government? We really chose to listen to what our members and residents had to say and try to build a plan that reflected what we heard. Next step, or next slide. So in terms of the process that we've gone through, over the past 18 months, we've been really trying to take a deliberate phased approach to this work. It wasn't just having one survey and conducting a handful of focus groups and we're done. As you will recall, we launched the strategic plan refresh in January of 2025. Last spring, we had engaged in a foundational review of the last 6-year strategic plan. We did community engagement in fall of 2025. And then in November, the board approved the focus areas that we had recommended to you all. We spent January at the board retreat having a very interactive session with you where we got to walk together in different groups through each of the focus areas and talk about data and what it would take to help or hold us back from achieving where we want to go as a county. And then with all of your help, we organized a town hall in each of your districts to get more input on the focus areas and the strategies specifically of what we might want to focus in on. And we had really robust engagement at those town halls and got some great input there. And so today we're presenting the proposed strategic plan, and we will be taking your input today and hearing it. Also taking any other input we get from the community and staff, and then coming back to you on June 30th with a final plan for your approval. So with that, I'm going to transition to Bella Bonner, who's going to speak with you further.
Thank you. As Nicole mentioned, throughout fall 2025, we were able to engage over 4,500 people as a part of this engagement process through various touch points. Santa Cruz is made up of a lot of pockets and micro communities, and being sure to intentionally include historically excluded communities was extremely important. This included intentional outreach efforts for the Black community, Boulder Creek communities, older and younger folks, youth, South County residents, folks located in Corralitos, LGBTQ+ community, and more. Another example of this is my own personal involvement in this process as a CARES-J representative. What made this process different was going to where people already were, utilizing trusted messengers, and not asking them to come to the county. The plan was then adapted to what was heard at town halls, incorporating real listening. You can go to the next slide. So the results are the 5 themes that are reflected here. And these 5 themes cut across geography, age, race, and income. There was a lot of consistency. And these 5 themes include housing, behavioral health, cost of living, trust, and coordination gaps. So what we see is that housing is not just a housing problem. It's really what shapes outcomes in most other focus areas. Behavioral health, we saw gaps in the ERs, jails, in a result of systems failures. Trust is built through people seeing and feeling the results for themselves. And so we hope that this plan will be able to be done not on its own, and not sit, but will actually be a living document and testament to the work being done. And lastly, siloed systems burden those least able to advocate for themselves, which is lovingly an internal county operational problem that can be fixed. Next, I'll pass it to Sven for more on the county's foundation.
Thank you, Bella. And before I get into the actual proposed plan, I just want to take a minute to thank some of the other steering committee members, Elisa Benson, who's our Assistant County Executive Officer, Randy Morris, who's our Director of Human Services, and then also Erica Padilla Chavez, the Executive or CEO of the Second Harvest Food Bank, made up those steering committee members. Also, I want to give a big shout out to Sarah Emmert, who's in the audience today, who is our primary consultant in helping not only provide additional capacity, but real thought partnership on how we engage with community and hold ourselves accountable to these plans that we put forward. I also want to mention Haley Kolbach, who is our intern from Cabrillo College, who helped us take all the data that we collected and actually put it into databases and formats that were useful for us to actually go around and turn out this plan. So for the first part of the strategic plan, thinking about our vision, mission, and equity statement, these are elements that were largely established within the first strategic plan and that we've, for the most part, left as is. The one change that we've made and are proposing in the vision statement of what we want to be as a community is to remove the word more from affordable, so that we just want to be a healthy, safe, and affordable community. And that was something that I think was reflected in the feedback that we got as we were going and talking with people over the last 18 months. There are 2 new elements of this plan, and they're really around creating a shared language here at the county for how we get results and align internally and with our community partners. One is in county values and how we really have tried to simplify there and go from 9 values down to 3 clear values. And then the other piece were the implementation lenses, where we'll be thinking about consistency and how we bring policies and programs forward to the board in a more consistent way. And we're going to go into each of those briefly, and I'm going to turn it over to Chris to talk about the values section.
Yeah, good afternoon, board. So as Sven mentioned, looking at county values as a whole, we moved from 9 to 3, and it's, these are things that are just vitally important in making sure that just county government and business is being done in an effective way. In terms of collaboration, sharing information across departments, we're working together, building relationships by listening and following through, treating residents as partners, not just recipients of services. In terms of accessibility, it's removing barriers and then serving everybody. And so, and how you do that is really communicating clearly and meeting people where they are. And then removing barriers like language, operating hours, and process complexity. And then ultimately integrity in terms of being honest and clear when it comes to our expectations. Being accountable to the outcomes that we are striving for. And then, and it's not just a process. We use disaggregated data to illuminate the disparities that we find. And so it's collaboration, accessibility, and integrity, and making sure that we're all working together to get things done for the people that we serve. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Sven.
The other new area that we're talking about are the implementation lenses, and we have 3. One is health and all policies, one is equity, and one is fiscal and operational. And the idea for each of these is to have 2 questions within each lens that invite curiosity and asks us to probe a little bit deeper into the systems that we want to impact and provide change for. In the health and all policies section, we want to identify what's the driver of health that we're addressing, and then how are we coming together to really talk about the trade-offs that we might have to make to move a program or policy forward. Under equity, we're thinking about who are the most vulnerable people in our community and how are we trying to design solutions for them. And then finally, on the fiscal and operational side, really thinking about not only trust and how are we being transparent and outlining and creating a clear pathway for a community to follow what it is that we're doing, but also making the case for public investment and thinking about how we're bringing people and resources together to scale the results that we want to see in community. The next layer of the plan are the focus areas and strategies. And so the 6 focus areas the board has already approved, they align largely with big sections of county work. They align with other plans, including the safety plan that you all heard this morning. And also try to bring in other partners into our work so that we can all be aligning and rowing in the same direction. The strategies that we've built under each of the focus areas are designed to be measurable, attainable steps that are able to get results in each of these focus areas. And we also want to recognize that all of the work in those strategies and within the focus areas is interdependent, that making progress in one focus area will require making progress across the focus areas. And so we're going to get a little bit into each of the strategies in a brief overview, and we'll start with Chris and the housing and infrastructure strategies.
Yeah, so through all the engagement we did, housing was the #1 priority that you could tell through every district. And so that being a foundational piece where everything builds from there. In terms of housing, we did 1,016 units we permitted last year, and we're targeting 2,541 this coming year, which more than doubles that. And then in terms of transportation, we are slightly above the California average. 45 and a half people were killed or seriously injured on our roadways last year, which is pretty concerning. And so looking at trying to adjust that and target hopefully 0, but no more than 33.8% or 33.8 people in terms of being hurt on our roadways. Next slide. In terms of safety and justice, obviously this is something I'm very passionate about. It's looking at what are we doing to be able to reduce the recidivism in the county. And so we're looking at a 10% reduction over the next 6 years. There is a lot we can talk about on this, but in essence, looking at targeting even the state recidivism rate, which our current recidivism rate's 33%, we're targeting 26%, which would be a 10% reduction in that. And then looking at safety and fairness, not just an either or in terms of accountability or for harm and support to those that reoffend, and trying to balance both of those. And then looking at behavioral health gaps, I can tell you firsthand on who we see when we're both out in the street and in custody, and looking at housing instability, a lack of economic opportunity are primary drivers for system involvement. So looking at finding ways that we can reduce the amount of times people are coming into custody, getting them connected to services so that ultimately we're moving towards better outcomes, not just for the people, not just to prevent victimization, but to protect the community as a whole. So that is safety and justice, and I will turn it back to Bella.
I'm actually going to take it, but we're all good. Thinking about health, well-being, and connection, we have 2 strategies here. One is really around expanding mental health care capacity and the number of step-down beds that we have, going from 28 beds up to 42 beds. I mean, and this is a good example of where the interconnection between our mental health care system, our housing for health system of care, our public safety systems all sort of intersect, and where we do need that collaboration in order to move results. It's not just about building the beds and having an increase in and better results there. It's really all of those systems coming together to do this expansion, but then also figure out how to connect those folks to other parts of our community and services. And then on expanding community gathering spaces, this is one of the strategies that actually came directly from all the community input that we did. There is a strong desire for community gathering spaces. We heard it from older adults up in San Lorenzo Valley who were really concerned about isolation and having places to go to get access to services and walkable communities. We heard it from our youth task force and and parents that we engaged with in South County who were concerned that there weren't enough places for their kids to gather at night and on weekends. And so this is really a strategy that looks at how can we use the existing community spaces that we have, county, school district, other partners, and then how can we work to make those more accessible? And where we do find gaps after that, what might be the new things that we want to think about investing in and building? On the environment, climate, and resilience focus area, there's one strategy that's proposed and then one strategy that's coming. On the proposed strategy around strengthening ecosystem health and climate resilience, this is really thinking about mitigation, about actively working with our county staff and with all of our residents really to think about how we can better mitigate against climate disasters and really have it so that all our ecosystems and species are able to thrive. And then in terms of the adaptation on the climate action strategy, eventually thinking about how we're gonna have to continue to change to reduce our own carbon footprint and the ways that we live and operate in the community. This is an example of flexibility that we're trying to build into the plan as the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan is due for an update in 2027, and OR3 staff are actively working on that. And once that comes back to the board, we'll have a concurrent strategy that gets incorporated into the strategic plan. So to talk about the next sections, I'll pass it back to Nicole.
Thanks, Sven. So in the area of access to basic needs and support, this is also an area where we have one strategy and target and then plan to bring another one to the board this fall. So in the area of reducing homelessness and increasing permanent housing, as we know, there are 42% that are currently exiting to permanent housing. That's the 2021 through 2025 average. So we are targeting a 50% exit to permanent housing. The strategy that we're developing relates to our federal policy response team and all the work that we've been doing to related to immigrants, food assistance, and housing support. So as you know, there's a lot of fear related to immigration enforcement. We just heard the SHIELD subcommittee's report this morning on how we're trying to support our community and things we're actively doing to protect our community. And so we are trying to ensure that we're protecting access to services that people need here in Santa Cruz County. And that they're legally entitled to. And so the strategy that we're developing will relate to that. Next slide. So in the final focus area of the economy and job growth, we have two strategies here. One relates to growing family wage jobs. Currently, we have 44% of people who are at tier 1 through 2 wages. And what we really want to do is try to find ways to promote jobs with higher levels of compensation so that we can increase the number of those who are at family wage job levels to 46%. We are currently below the California average, and so this would help us close the gap. We are also wanting to work on a strategy related to the use of AI to improve service delivery. And as we've discussed before with our AI work plan and at other times, this is a way for us to have more of the more mundane jobs that we do as county employees, try to utilize AI tools and resources to do some of that work so that our staff have more time for problem solving and directly interacting with the public. So this ties in with what we're doing as part of AI and what we're trying to achieve by the end of this calendar year and in future years. When we engaged with residents, they really talked about being able to afford to continue living in Santa Cruz County. And so trying to foster economic development and job growth is one way for us to do that. Next slide. So today's action for the board is to consider the proposed plan. We want to gather input from the supervisors on what you think about the plan, where there might be areas for things we need to highlight more or things that are missing. We also want to hear from the public and our partners and staff if there's anything that we need to take into consideration. We've heard a lot of alignment on the board just based on board priorities related to the importance of housing, public safety, investing in infrastructure. We had a conversation this morning about applying for grants related to safety and infrastructure. The board's also very interested in supporting our safety net and supporting our workforce. There are areas where I think we are already thinking that we might need to come back, and we'd love to hear from you today. I'm thinking of parks, particularly as it relates to infrastructure and additional things we need to do in a strategy that we might develop. And this strategy could tie into a couple of our focus areas, the health and well-being focus area, as well as the environment focus area. So that's something that we're considering adding as well. And then once we take all this input, as I mentioned, we're going to be returning on June 30th for final approval by the board. So we want to thank the board for working with us and my office through the past year plus on developing this plan. And we hope this felt different from the last time. And we look forward to the implementation of this plan starting in the new fiscal year. So thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'll now return to the board for questions on the presentation we just received. Does anybody have any questions? We have some comments. If it's just comments, which I do think a lot of this will be back and forth, then maybe we'll go to public comment first, and then we'll turn to the board for more discussion. So I'll open it up to public comment and see if anybody would like to speak to us. Feel free to form a line, and we'll set the public comment period at 2 minutes each. Welcome.
Thank you, board and CEO. I just wanted to represent NAMI. I wanted to pass on my congratulations for a very thoughtful plan. I'm glad to see that behavioral health is. Thank you. I'm glad to see that behavioral health is recognized as a top priority. The fact you have measurable objectives around improving step-down seats is really critical. The interdependency that's been expressed between housing and behavioral health and justice is incredibly important. And I think the plan really reflects all the right values and initiatives for the future. And I just want to pass on our congratulations for all the fine work that's been done. Thank you.
Thanks, board and staff. My name is Andrew Goldenkrantz. I've lived in Aptos and unincorporated Santa Cruz for almost 40 years. So my primary link to local government is through the county. So appreciate all the hard work and all the efforts that have gone in so far. I'm here representing COPA, which is an organization of organizations. We've got 23 institutions in the faith and nonprofit sector, and that have been in existence since 2004. The reason that I think it's relevant here is because we see we see these kinds of institutions as deep roots institutions where people come for safety. They come when they're in trouble, they come to celebrate good news. And so those kind of core institutions, I think, are really helpful in progressing forward in a situation like this. Clearly, there's a lot to like in here, so I want to just kind of extend my thanks and commendations. The interlocking nature of the segments is really important. I'll use one good example. I happen to be on the board of Santa Cruz Community Health, FQHC. We have about 250 employees, 75% of whom commute up from Watsonville and Salinas. So healthcare access, housing, transportation are all intersectional in our day-to-day work, and I think that's really reflected the kind of progress you're looking to make. So some of the areas, I think, next steps, this being a draft, there's always work to be done. I come out of the education sector where when we do strategic planning, there are very, very specific deliverables on an annual basis. And I think we need to make some progress on the kind of action plan about how we move forward from here. Nicole, you mentioned the changing state of state and federal funding, and that's always going to be a dynamic situation. In housing in particular, I think there's a little bit of a gap, and I think we want to revisit the numbers on that one just to make sure that they all add up. And also, if I understand correctly, I will be super brief. If I understand correctly, the bulk of the permits that have been given out the first couple of years have been at moderate or above moderate income, and I think we really need to redouble our efforts to look at all those different income levels.
Thank you.
Let me just say thank you, and we look forward to working with you on next steps.
Seeing no one else in the room, is there anyone on the phone?
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Thank you. I will now return to the board for comments and a motion. Start with Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to thank everybody for all their hard work and dedication and commitment to bringing this strategic plan forward. There's a lot of great community engagement to develop this plan. And I think it's a great draft that we have before us today. I do want to appreciate the county staffs taking our feedback into account when making certain changes to this plan, because initially when the vision came forward saying that Santa Cruz County is a healthy, safe, and affordable community, that was one thing for me. I was like, well, actually, we're not affordable. And we all know that. But I see that with the changes that were made to the vision, that our vision is a healthy, safe community that's affordable, something we're working towards. I think is really something that really reflects kind of where we're at and the work that we're putting in to really try to get to that vision. Under the housing piece, I think, one of the things that stood out is that throughout this report, one of the areas I think we might have skipped in the themes was the cost of living, and how everybody agrees that the cost of living has not kept up with housing prices. And I think it's really important that reflected in this plan that, when we talk about housing and infrastructure, that we're really focusing with a lens on how do we make Santa Cruz more affordable? How do we build the affordable units? Because we can build housing and we can meet all the numbers, but if the number of units that we're building aren't ones that people who live here can afford, then we're building housing without actually addressing the problem. So I'm really hoping we can have that better called out. In the expand mental health care, I think when we got to that section, I'm just gonna flick to it. Yeah, focus area 2, health, well-being, and connection. One of the things that I think will be really good to call out is food insecurity and making sure that we're addressing issues around food security. There was a convening last Friday where we really dove into, or put on by Second Harvest Food Bank, where they started diving into food insecurity and how that's going to become an issue, especially with the HR1 cuts here in Santa Cruz. And I think it's really important that we're, calling that out too, that we want to try to reduce and eliminate to the greatest extent possible food insecurity here in our community, and making sure that people are able to have access to healthy foods as part of this plan as well. In terms of the implementation lens, I don't know the extent that this can be added, but I feel like having a lens around sustainability will be really important. In terms of where we're at as a community, well, I'll just say, going back in time, from the stories that I heard about Santa Cruz, you had different factories. The people who worked at those factories could afford their homes and could, purchase their homes to live here in Santa Cruz. And those people, then spent their money in the community. Teachers could afford homes. It was a much more stable environment. And right now, we've kind of gone away from that. And in terms of like who has access to housing now, a lot of middle-class people are mostly renting because they can't afford home ownership, right? And we have a hard time recruiting and retaining people in a variety of different sectors, whether it's small business owners, whether it's county workers, city workers. It's really challenging because we've lost that kind of sustainability. And so I feel like if we have a lens of sustainability, it really makes us think about how are we going to balance development with environmental protection? How are we going to build homes that people can expect that they're going to be in for longer periods of time, and so that there's some stability around the community moving forward. So I think that would be something that would be good for us to include. I don't see any mention about agriculture, which is a huge sector of our community, and maybe that can fit in as it relates to the kind of health, well-being, and connection, but really trying to further promote organic ag, and really trying to make our community much healthier by reducing the amount of pesticides that are used in agriculture. As we've seen, that there's been data that shows that children who live closer to fields and agriculture where they're spraying pesticides have higher incidences of cancer in younger ages. And so really thinking about that health equity lens and how we can improve ag in our community, given that it's a very large sector of our job market, I think it would also be beneficial. One of the things under equity, and it came up in the housing section and again in, sorry, no, not transportation. Growth family wage jobs sections. I see reference to, how Latino residents are impacted, but I don't see any mention about how African-American residents are impacted. And I think that, we could potentially use like BIPOC residents as a way of encompassing all those communities of color who've been disproportionately negatively impacted just historically over time. I remember the workforce development report, I think from last year, showed that while there's high education levels in African-American populations, there's low levels of home ownership, which is problematic, because we know that if you're a renter, if your landlord asks you, gives you a 30-day notice to quit or what have you, you lose your home, it's going to be a lot more challenging for you to stay in the community. And so I think that having another term that's more inclusive of all the communities of color who've been negatively impacted historically could actually help make sure that we're including them as part of this plan, and we're really seeing them as part of our community. As far as transportation is concerned, I know there may be differences in the community, but with the failure of Measure D, there was a strong sentiment pushed in the community that desired to move forward with rail. And I think calling out rail as part of our ways in terms of climate and reducing our carbon emissions and transportation infrastructure, I think that's something that that also should be highlighted as part of this plan, is that we're striving, the fact that we're striving to, reduce cars on the road, reduce our carbon emissions, and maybe that comes back in the form of the climate action plan, but it's something that the voters had sent along a clear message back in 2022 that we didn't want to remove our rail. We wanted to continue to pursue electric rail, and I think that's something that be good to have called out in the strategic plan as well. So I know there's a lot, and I don't know how, if this is just, you all take this feedback and incorporate it in, or we provide this in the form of a motion, but that's kind of where I'm at. But I really do appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and look forward to continuing to work with you all as this plan develops. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Also, I want to thank all of you guys for all the work you've done behind this. I know you're hunting me down to meet for a while. So thank you, Sven, Bella, Sheriff Clark, and everybody that had a part of it too as well. You know, I really appreciate, and we talked about this, really incorporating the equity lens into kind of weaving it into the transportation, housing, economy, jobs, that kind of thing. Especially with transportation and housing, I think that's really critical. Because like Andrew said right now, those three are interwoven. Our jobs, transportation, housing, they're all connected. And so to really weave that lens of equity into that, I think is very critical. So I'll keep it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Koenig.
Here. There's a lot of great stuff here. I would say where I'd love to see this go is sort of just to continue to be refined down. I think that one of the most successful sort of strategic visioning exercises that I can think of for a public agency was actually at Metro in the last few years. And we defined 3 goals for the agency, which were to double ridership by 2027, never to buy another tailpipe, which means all zero emission vehicles, and to build housing at all of our transit centers. And I can actually remember those 3 things even as just an elected official, right, 3 years later. Because they're simple, repeatable 3 actions, rule of 3. What I see throughout this plan is like, I mean, even within our sort of vision, mission, and equity statement is 6 things, 7 things, right? Like let's just keep simplifying, keep simplifying. I mean, the measure of a good strategic plan is you could go up to anyone in this building, and ideally even someone on the street and say, hey, what is the goal of Santa Cruz County? You know, why do you come to work every day? And it's, again, rule of 3, some 3 things that they could repeat. I think that would be the measure of success. One sort of structural issue I see in the document that is the strategic plan, we call a bunch of these things strategies, right? Because we sort of have the, let's see, where are they? We have the strategies, but I don't know if that's the right word. They're goals. Right? I mean, the goal is to build 2,541 units by 2032. That's not, strategy would be telling me how to get there. And then that same, so I would just call them goals. And then within sort of the drill down within each area, you've got what's right now called the strategy, but I think we renamed that goals. And then you've kind of got the lenses that we apply. And in theory, that's kind of the strategy section. Although again, because of the terminology, I think there's some confusion there around like what's actually another goal versus an implementation strategy. I'm not sure that the lenses need to be applied to each strategy/goal, or if it should just be some sort of general implementation strategies under each goal. But that's, I think you can see the issue there. I mean, 2,541 units. Also, let's make that a round number again for repeatability, like just 2,500, unless there's some real scientific reason for the 41. 2,500 units. And then how are we going to get there? I appreciate CEO Coburn mentioning that we might add some sort of parks-related strategy. I definitely see that. I mean, even with the community gathering spaces, I mean, our parks are community gathering spaces. There's some acknowledgement of that in here. I think we could sort of just underline that a little bit more, make it clearer. We have, and I think doing that inventory, right, there's sort of a question mark. We don't know our baseline today, how close everyone is to a community gathering space. So just first of all, looking at how close people are to a park, and then getting a sense of what spaces maybe that are private or, managed by a nonprofit are also doubling as community gathering spaces. I think that's where there's an opportunity for parks integration. And then finally, there's this idea of integrity or trust built through specific practices and results. And I would just get back to the quality of our infrastructure on this. I mean, that's something that the majority of residents see every day. And, you know, if people are going to their park and the slide is broken and the playground's full of weeds and you know, the bathroom's a mess, then that is going to undermine trust in the county, perhaps more than anything else. I mean, the same goes through same is true for our roads. And so I don't see anything about road quality or resilience during storms, and the same thing with, you know, sort of deferred maintenance in parks or other county facilities. Something there I think would be helpful, because that's what everyone in the community sees every day. It's what I hear a lot about, and I think is ultimately some commitment to that is going to build trust in the county. Thanks.
Supervisor DeSerpa.
Thank you. Thank you to the team who put this together. I know it was a tremendous lift. And also thank you to Sarah Emmert, who I think led much of the work that went into this. So we really appreciate everything that you've done. You know, I feel fairly satisfied, especially since, Nicole, you've blessed this strategic plan. I think it really hits all the marks. It doesn't necessarily call out in particular children and youth, but I know they're very well cared for by school districts. So, so maybe there's some intersection or some way that we could work together with school districts just to make sure we are creating the necessary safety and recreational support for children and youth in our community. I'm very grateful for the pieces that include mental health care and the step-down beds. We really, this county has always struggled with that and have had to send people out of county, et cetera, et cetera. It'd be much cheaper to house people in our own community. So thank you for putting that in there. And I think basically my colleagues have covered, I think, most of the things that I'm interested in. I mean, I think you've heard me say multiple times today that I am very concerned about our infrastructure in this county, in particular, since all of my Zone 7 money goes to PERFMA. I don't have anything left over for culverts and roads, et cetera, et cetera. So I think readiness for climate change, we're looking at an El Nino year this year. So all of those things I think are really important, and I think that we need to sort of steel ourselves for potential disasters. Having said that, it's a horrible budget year this year. It'll be even worse next year. And so although I like the way this looks, I'm concerned about the actual funding of the strategies, et cetera. But thank you for putting it all together. Thank you to the team again for your work.
I'll start off by just saying that even the lack of questions from the board, I want to just say that's not a lack of engagement. It's that you've done such a good job communicating with us over the weeks and months to this point. So please know that that's not because we are disengaged. You guys have done a fantastic job, and I really want to appreciate the way that this plan has it's been a iterative and organic process. I have literally seen input that I gave reflected in the next version of it. Throughout the development of the town hall process, that felt like a very co-creation activity between staff in my office and the team, the strategic plan team, and everything from, you know, they were proposing language using something like, I don't know, pavement index. Well, that doesn't resonate with our residents. They don't know what the pavement index is. Put this in regular language. And then the next time it was like the condition of our roads, you know, do you have potholes? And it has been so refreshing to go through a process that continues to emerge based on real feedback. And I think that that is reflected throughout the entire document that you've presented today. I'm seeing the feedback of residents in District 5, and I'm very interested in the feedback from the other residents across the county, and it's really well represented. So I want to just give you tremendous gratitude for that process that you've done. I also, probably no surprise, I'm so pleased to see health and all policies as a lens that's going to be used as new projects or proposals come before the board. You know, just think about the projects that came before us today over the last 5 hours. You know, putting a health and all policy lens on it, an equity lens on it, will just help us all use the same language as we're making the tough trade-offs and choices coming before us. One of the questions that I often use when I think about health and all policies is, what part of our population is disproportionately impacted or benefits or is left out of this decision? And so that might be one of the questions that we can apply when we are thinking about it. It's just how I think about it. I'm particularly interested in the outcome of the federal policy response strategy. I know it's not here yet because it's a work in progress, but we are in a time where preserving the safety net is going to become core, and in my opinion, kind of rises above all else when we hit, a point of emergency. And so definitely ensuring that whether it's through that strategy or elsewhere in the plan, that preserving and protecting the safety net, food insecurity, basic needs, basic housing continues to rise to the top, feels essential at a time like we're in today, when we're seeing, cuts and limitations in our ability to deliver services. And I think that it may go without saying that our county has started a lot of process improvement and goal setting over the last number of years. And I think Streamline Santa Cruz, our effort to improve permitting and our planning processes, is a really good example, a tangible example of us rolling up our sleeves and setting some goals and doing things differently, holding ourselves accountable. And so that's only going to benefit the strategic plan. The lessons we've learned through a process like that will benefit our ability to make progress in these other goals. And, I just want to call out that as it relates to the housing goal, infrastructure, continuing to make progress on Streamline Santa Cruz will make a big difference across the whole strategic plan, and particularly in, my district and across the 5 districts where we are still hoping to make progress in our planning development. Overall, I see so many of our priorities and values reflected in what you've presented today. I'm really proud of the work that's been done. I extend my gratitude to each of you for bringing this before us and for the engagement that you've done with our community. And that concludes my comments. So with that, I would entertain a motion. Supervisor Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. Before I make the motion, there were 2 areas that I didn't call out, and so I just wanted to real quick bring them up. I think one, walkable communities. I mean, we talk a lot about building housing. We're going to have a lot of mixed use, residential and whatever commercial will be, but really trying to focus on creating walkable communities, because we now have an opportunity where we're moving forward with building housing. Can we build, as we're densifying the housing, can we build it in such a way that people don't have to get in their cars to go to grocery stores, that they have a grocery store in their neighborhood, they have doctors that are in their neighborhood, they have, a real walkable community, so that we can also help reduce our impact on our climate, impacts on traffic, and kind of meet people where they're at in terms of providing their needs next to where they live. The other thing I did want to call out too that's not in here is waste management. Being on the Integrated Waste Management Task Force for the past 4 years, it's really been kind of illuminating to really think about kind of garbage and how we're trying to reduce our impact on our dump. And we know that we don't have that many more years left at one of our facilities. So what are we going to do as a community to reduce the amount of waste that's going into the dump? And we have a variety of, opportunities that we've explore as well at the city. You know, they have their composting program. Are there opportunities for us to expand that countywide? How can we do better at recycling? I will say personally that since 2020, I've seen a lot of restaurants that kind of went towards, you know, to go, and then you go to those restaurants today and they still give you disposable containers when you're even eating at the restaurant. And so for us, it's like, well, how do we reduce that behavior so that we can have people reusing, especially when you're eating on site, the plates and cookware versus handing out more disposable containers that are just going to end up in the dump. So I just wanted to call that out as well, just given the challenges we have. But again, I want to thank staff. And so I'll move the recommended actions, and just with adding to the recommended actions, directing staff to incorporate to the greatest extent feasible the recommendations that have been provided by the board today. I know that there may be some that have conflicts, and I'm sure that you all can try to work those out, but just given the input that we've provided, just trying to take that back and incorporate it into this next version that will hopefully be coming to us on June 30th.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion from Supervisor Cummings and a second from Supervisor Hernandez. Any further discussion? Seeing none.
I just want to say, and thank you all for this feedback. It's very helpful, and we will try to incorporate it in the appropriate places. And I do want to note and just remind the public that once we have this strategic plan, we have an operational plan that we develop every 2 years. It becomes that action plan that Mr. Goldenkrantz was referring to. It's really the work of the county in achieving all of these goals or strategies. So those are very specific things that departments are working on to further each of these goal areas that we've highlighted. So I think that's where you'll see a lot of the specifics, whether it's coming up with an objective related to, you know, how do we work with business on waste reduction, or, you know, what are the things we're partnering with schools on to provide community gathering places. So you'll see a lot more of those specifics there. But thank you all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Supervisor DeSerpa?
Aye.
Koenig? Aye. Hernandez? Hernandez?
Oh, can hear you. Aye.
Cummings?
Aye.
And Martinez?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. That, let's see, concludes our agenda. Worthy of an applause. And with that, we will adjourn our meeting at 2:25, and our next meeting will be June 9th at 9 a.m. at our chambers upstairs. Great, on the 5th floor. See you then.
If not,
Thank you.
Watsonville.
What's up?
We're not meeting in Watsonville?